Okay, yo, is the sound working? I haven't live streamed in 2 weeks now because we skipped last weekend. I was in Göteborg. Working, all right. Let me see. So yeah, now we have to, okay, 22:36. Okay, that's an okay time to start at. We might start closer to 11 and we'll see. This is the fastest I can do nowadays because normally what happens is that wifey will do most of the baby stuff. Actually, she does pretty much everything nowadays. Change diapers, give baby the bath, feed the baby 3 times, also cook, home cook. She makes these tiny little meatballs and boils salmon. High grade salmon cost 40 euros per kilograms. Yeah, some meals, and then some meals also with some eggs and yeah, and some rice and some potatoes, other vegetables also. So it's a freaking full-time job taking care of a 1-year-old baby. But then I do a little bit of babysitting, of course, and play with Isabel. But the last thing I do usually at night is that I rock the baby to sleep. We use the Ergo baby sling thing, whatever, and yeah. And Isabel fell asleep around 10. Ooh, it's quick. And now I'm on my way. I had, unfortunately for me, I got some afternoon naps. Wifey was, yeah, just constantly taking care of the baby because she was awake. So I got to nap, much needed nap, a couple of hours. We have had to charge this thing back to 100%. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Just super busy nowadays because I double booked. I double booked this Ioniq 6 on the same time as the EL7. But I consider Ioniq 6 to be very important. If I don't get it now, then I have to wait a long time to get it. So I was like, okay, whatever. I have to. Ideally, I don't want these situations where I double book because it's usually harder work. Normally, I have some slack days, so I don't have to stress too hard. But yeah, it's unavoidable, right? Okay, here we go. Sot. Yeah, always Sweden run. Okay. Wow, it's taking 31 kil. Damn. That is schnell. Holy crap. Well, the battery is only 9 to 10 degrees Celsius even. Wow. Okay, I guess it shouldn't take too long, right? 5 minutes. Okay, that means I have time to go to the restroom and then I'll be back. What? Done? D-O-N? What? Guess I have to open up. lag in the system. Holy crap. Got to navigate somewhere. Maybe Spekkera, since if I go Varberg it might be too low. Let's try Varberg. Now I just zoom in so far to get the chargers. Oh crap, Ioniq, there, go. Oh, this is slow. It claims it's insufficient to reach Varberg. Really? Okay, let's do the intro. Glass roof, so it should be, well, fairly efficient. Well, actually, the digital mirror. What the heck? I thought it was a premium car. Oh! I forgot the Stormbag bottle. Yeah. Okay, let me try again. That's better. Oh yeah. Okay, but you see here the plug. This is actually weird that in this car it has somewhat small but you see, oh there, I can barely fit it in there. It's like Asian sized bottles. Okay, the plan is to drive all the way to Varberg. It's 360 kilometers there. And the car claims that it doesn't have enough juice. Really? I mean, test that. We even have wind from the north now, so we have tailwind. Now, it should be fine, right? I hope. Yeah, okay. So here you see the starting position. 100% of the battery, 96.5% real stellar charge. We have 10 to 13 degrees Celsius in the battery. It reports 73 kilowatt hour left, but actually it's more than that. It's around 75 kilowatt hour left. So yeah, I think we should start at 11. I'm not sure. We'll see. I have to do this intro also in Thai. We also shoot in Thai video. We have live stream running. So this is going to be a nice run at night. It's Saturday night today, so I don't want to see any left lane huggers here.น่าจะประหยัดไฟฟ้าเยอะนะครับอันนี้นะครับแล้วทำไมประตูมันเสียงพรีเมียมฮะอันนี้มันเป็นรถพรีเมียมไม่ใช่นะอ๋อลืมเลยขวดสโตนแบกอยู่นี่ลองอีกทีหนึ่งโอเค นั่นดีขึ้นแต่ว่าอันนี้มันรู้สึกแคบนะเนี่ยไม่รู้ทำไมคันนี้มันเป็นทุกอย่างมันเป็น Asian size มันเล็กหลายอย่างนะในรถนี้ก็แคบหน่อยนะเนี่ยแล้วค่อยสูงแล้วนะเนี่ยหลังคาเนี่ยนะหลังคาต่ำโอเคพลานนั้นเราจะขับตรงไปวอยไปตอนแรกรถมันเตือนเราบอกว่ามันขับไปวอยไปไม่ได้มันไม่มีไฟฟ้าผมฮะแม่งเหรอเนี่ยเทสลามันยังขับตรงไปนั่นได้โมเดล3 long range นะแล้วก็วันนี้เรามีลมส่งนะลมมาจากทางเหนือนะก็น่าจะดีนะเนี่ยก็ไม่รู้เดี๋ยวตอนเราเริ่มขับมันก็อาจจะเปลี่ยนใจมั้งวันนั้นน่ะเราควรจะเริ่ม5 ทุ่มนะนี่เป็นวันเสาร์นะครับแล้วก็ต้องเช็คตัวนี้นะข้อมูลของ Car Scan หน่อยแบตเตอรี่ 100% Real State of Charge 96.5% มันใช้ไฟนิดหน่อยนะแล้วก็เนี่ยอุณหภูมิแบตเตอรี่10 ถึง 13 องศาแล้วก็ตัวนี้มันคำนวณเมื่อเราเหลือ73 กิโลวัตต์ชั่วโมงนะโอเคก็เตรียมตัวรีเซ็ตทุกอย่างแล้วก็จะขับไปแล้วเพราะใช่ผมจะบอกนะว่าผมมี spreadsheet ผมได้คำนวณแล้วนะว่าคันนี้มันจะใช้เวลา10 ชั่วโมงไม่ใช่9 ชั่วโมงครึ่งนะครับนั่นน่ะก็คอยดูนะว่าตอนเราขับไปได้เนี่ยมันจะเป็นไปได้ไหม9 ชั่วโมงครึ่งนะแปลว่ามันจะช้ากว่าเทสลาอีกนิดหน่อยนะโอเค let's go I could actually go 22:55 because I'm actually ready to go now. Just have to reset and then off we go. Yeah, let's go then. Yeah, 22:55. Let's just reset. Wait, after recharging. Accumulated info. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yep. Starting time 22:55. Don't have to wait that 5 minutes. Oh, I missed a donation. Hang on. Just a little bit busy right now. Oh, Achtung Polizei. Wow, donated $75. Ooh, danke schön. Wow, that is massive. Thank you very much, man. Highly appreciated. Good ride. Guten Fahren, or whatever it's called in German. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, man. What's up with those left lane huggers, man? Colgate? Yeah, it might Colgate. Now the car bugs me that we don't have enough juice to make it there. Well, if I have 75 kilowatt hour divided by 360 kilometers, how much is that? If you want to go all the way to Varberg, I mean, need to know what the average is. And this car underreports distance by a little bit, which means that yeah, means that as long as we hit right on the target with consumption, and we can make it. Otherwise, I had to bail out at Kungsbacka. But in that case, I might want to go for speculators. I can arrive with 20%, right, and then preheat all the way, or 17%. Small advantage now is that the speed limits has been raised to summer limits, so we can actually drive a little bit faster on the way out, and also we catch some of that on the way in again. That could actually mean, I don't know, maybe almost 5 minutes. Haven't really calculated, but here, for example, it's 70 zone now. It's normally 60 zone during winter because of environmental reasons. And then after Tusenfryd, a little bit south there, that stretch is now 110 zone. It's usually 100 zone during winter. So I guess you can calculate based on how long the stretch is, and then 10 km/h difference. Well, it's probably not 5 minutes. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it's more like 1 to 2 minutes. No, it actually stops at 17%. I've seen it at least twice now, or yeah, I don't remember how many times I've seen it. Yeah, I think it was twice now. I've seen that it stops at 17%. So I guess we'll see again if it stopped at 17%. So yeah, I don't know those guys who got the 20% stop, if that was real or if they just if they were just tripping. It's placebo effect because, but actually this one is roughly as quiet as an EQC, or well, at least with the old, but like iX1 for example. So I mean, it's not as quiet. It's not the quietest car out there, but it's really quiet, as you probably got the impression of. But that could also be because we have Continental Viking Contact 7 tires, and they are actually very quiet. $208 consumption. Oh shit! That's not gonna happen. And I mean, if it happens, then I will Colgate at Varberg. So I think we just go for Spekerød then, and arrive with 30% or whatever, right? Well, can you get wait? Let me try to find Spekerød. Man, it's so hard to find charging stations in this map, man. Oh, what the heck? I mean, it says Spekerød there, but isn't that Spekerød? What? Oh, let me search for it instead. Nav. Search. Ioniq. Spekerød. Huh? Okay, I searched for Ioniq Spekerød. Okay, it found it. Good. Set as destination. Right, if you take 255 watt-hour per kilometer. No, wait. If you take, well, I don't know, but I'm guessing we will average something like 200 and maybe 220, 230 maybe. Is that Polizei? Someone will pull over. So if we average 230 and we have to drive 255 kilometers, I think. That means 58 kilowatt hour, and then divided by 75 kilowatt hour roughly. Okay, that means we should arrive with around 20% at Spekerød. So that's actually quite ideal. And then hopefully the car preheats all the way to 25 degrees at the low end, at the min temp. And then this car I measured. Well, let me check my notes here, but I think it underreported Yeah, it underreports by 1%. So we have to count to 990. I guess we can verify that at Specular, which is a good checkpoint. But it turns out that the Ioniq 6, at least when I tried it, it was not as efficient as a Model 3. It could be because it was only 9 degrees Celsius that day. So maybe if it's 20 degrees, it would be better. But I also have, the thing is that I don't have an exact same test, but I have many tests with Model 3. And also, to be completely fair, we have to check the consumption number on the Model 3 rear-wheel drive, which is SR Plus. And SR Plus was able to get, well, I think in similar temperature, it will average around 130 watt-hour per kilometer. The Ioniq averaged around 150 watt-hour per kilometer at the 90 test. So it could seem like the Korean tech can't beat the Octovalve. Yeah, it is 16 centimeters longer than Model 3. And also it's around 150 kilos heavier than the Model 3. But one thing that still strikes me is that the navigation system here feels ancient. It actually feels very similar to old Soul from 2016 and even classic Ioniq. So they haven't really done any major improvement. It's still kind of clumsy to use. It's a bit slow. The whole car actually is a bit slow. When you press buttons, there is some lag in the system. Semi-sluggish. And also what I don't like is that when you look for chargers in the map, you have to zoom really far to see them. I can understand that you want to hide chargers if there are many of them, but here it's just, you have to zoom really close. And also it doesn't tell me how many percent I will arrive with. It would just tell me that I won't make it there or I will make it there. So really the car might be modern in many ways, well, 800 volt hype, but navigation could be better. Whereas nowadays, it's kind of funny because in the beginning I said that having a percent estimation at arrival is very nice to have, because Tesla has it. People are like, oh, but you know, whatever is not like Tesla is that you don't like it, right? But then other car manufacturers started implementing the same feature. And also, when I said that, well, Tesla preheats the battery before arrival, so I like that. But no, this is the Tesla feature. Whatever Tesla is that whatever car you are testing doesn't have, then you know you don't like it because you're a fanboy. Boo boo. But then other car manufacturers also start implementing it. Tesla implemented it already in 2019, and then yeah, now in 2023, still many legacy automakers they don't have it, or they have a poor implementation. Like this Ioniq 6, it stops at 17%. Like, why? It's a huge battery. At 17%, you probably have around 50 kilometers. No, you have something between 50 and 75 kilometers of range left. And also, if you navigate to somewhere and the car knows that in 10 kilometers you will arrive at the fast charger, it knows that. Why the heck will it be so damn conservative? So it's yeah, they could make the system better, really. I'm just surprised how they managed to make it like this in the first place, because all the other car manufacturers, they preheat down to 10%. Tesla even goes down to, I think the lowest I've seen was around 3% or something, 3 to 5%. It's still preheated because Tesla knows that it will arrive at the fast charger very soon anyway. No, I mean, yeah, it is very quiet, but it's in the top there. It's actually as quiet as many of the German cars, but it's not the top quietest cars. But yeah, it is very, very quiet, and we have double glazed windows and all the good shit. Camp mode, Neo has it. They have something called almost the same name even. And then the Koreans, they have something called utility mode, which is more or less the same as camp mode. But I think from what I remember, utility mode cannot be used while you are charging, which is a bit weird. Why not, really? Camp mode can be used while charging. Wait, from what I remember, someone need to confirm that. Yeah. And then some car manufacturers, as long as you turn on the car, then it stays on, because they just happen to have an on-off button. For example, if I remember correctly, a classic Ioniq, you can just turn it on and it will stay on. So that is basically camp mode, except for that the light needs to be on. So it's not really a true camp mode, unlike Tesla. The suspension is very nice and soft, similar to, for example, BMW i4. Very comfy. LFP, nope. There's plenty of cobalt in here. I don't know if they use, which one is it? Is it the 811 or the 622? I don't remember those numbers. The mix ratio between nickel, cobalt, and what is it again? One more material, I don't remember. Lithium polymer, okay. Manganese, oh yeah, that one. NCM, right? That's what they use. But here's the challenge. Since I double booked the cars, I try to do as much as possible now. But I have to choose, so I actually opted out some tests. For example, headlight test, I might not do that. I've done headlight test with this one, but when it comes to the Neo, plus that Neo in general gets lower view counts than this hyped up Ioniq 6. But I'm running out of time, and also running out of nice weather. So I have to, so the Ioniq 6 gets the best day. Saturday night is the best day for driving, and also the best weather. And then the Neo EL7 that I also borrow right now, I actually have to do that Monday morning, really early Monday morning. It's gonna rain cats and dogs, you know. But that would be a battery swap run at warmer temperatures without snow and anything blocking the radar. So that would be interesting. It should be the fastest SUV because it battery swaps. No, actually, the Ioniq 6 feels quite nimble. It's 2,080 kilograms only. Well, only. I mean, it's relatively light for such a large car. But this is a rear-wheel drive. But it's still a lot heavier than the all-wheel drive Model 3, for example. But it still feels fairly nimble. Ioniq 6 didn't feel that nimble. It felt a bit semi-sluggish and heavy, and more top-heavy also. But yeah, I have to ask you guys, how fast do you think the Ioniq 6 will do it? What time are we talking about here? This one will peak at 200, well, according to paper, yeah, 233 kilowatt. I think I actually got 233 when I did the charging test. But nowadays it's just super busy because I have 2 cars booked up. So I already bought battery. I have battery in my fridge ready. I might pop that tomorrow, or Monday morning, early morning, let's see. But I still haven't done the interior view of this car yet, so I need to prioritize that tomorrow. And I also want to do a 0-mile test tomorrow. So everything needs to be done this weekend, and then I have to return these cars on Tuesday morning. 9:25. Well, my spreadsheet claims 9:30, but I usually get slightly better time than that. Yeah. So maybe 9:20, but at least I just said 9:30 because I also count maybe there will be some Colgate, or I don't know, we'll see. So at least I said that, yeah, my estimation was 9:30, and then if it's faster, then that's great. So yeah, it would probably be 9:20 to 9:30. 10 and a half, okay. You're being optimistic, I see. Slower than i4. No, what was the i4 time again? I think the i4 wasn't that. Well, yeah, maybe i4 was quite fast, wasn't it? That was only 200 kilowatt, 210, wasn't it? i4. Well, it was in summer. I don't remember the i4 time, but the fastest one in the low 9s. That's the Model 3, for example. Maybe you guys can help me list the fastest charging cars. We don't count the battery swap cars now, and also not the e-power. What do we got there? From what I remember, Model 3 Performance even did it in 9:15, didn't it? Handshake problems, yeah, but this car doesn't seem to have many handshake problems. But I normally deduct for it because it's so random. $920 on iPhone. Oh wow. Okay, that was quite schnell. Damn. But that was the rear-wheel drive, wasn't it? In summer, where the consumption was low, but it was riding on the 200 kilowatt wave many times. So I guess we'll see with this one. If we can get 230 kilowatts, that would be big. Every charging session will be riding on 230, 200, well, 217 it starts at, and then it peaks at 230 before it starts throttles again. And actually throttling happens around almost 50%, which is crazy high. $18 degrees, yeah. Today it's 6 degrees, so it might be semi-cold outside, but this is the best weather we can do. Otherwise we can do it in the daytime, but it's just too annoying with the traffic, and also it could be Ladersdal. $800 cars. I tried on the range test. I tried V3. I tried V3, it didn't work. It started charging for a couple of seconds and then it stopped, just like EV6. So I still don't know what's up with that. And they don't seem to want to fix it. There's probably just some handshake communication problem or some shit. It works on V2, but not V3. But it seems like both Tesla and the Koreans, they are not motivated to fix it. And then I'm just surprised why other people with these with the EGMP cars like Ioniq 5, Ioniq 6 and EV6, why they are not bothered that they cannot charge on V3. Model 3 performance 915. Oh yeah, but that was very nice and warm. That helps, of course. But Tesla, on the other hand, managed to ride on 250 kilowatt for a little bit. And actually, that I think that one wasn't even charging at 250 for too long. So actually, Model 3 long range will be a really good, will be a killer here. The Palladium, actually the one that is parked in front of my house nowadays. We just have to have a little bit warmer weather, and then that will kick some serious ass. Because it can pump in 250 kilowatt until around 35%, I think it was, which is just crazy. So it can probably average I think it can average the same power as this one to 50%, right? Or the crazy thing is that the Palladium doesn't need to charge that long. It might need only around 45%, especially if it goes to Varberg, and then you need to stop at Helsingborg anyway. So, and in summer maybe around 40-45% is enough, and then you just hammer it. But there was one interesting test, or I found out something about the whole 800 volt hype, if you guys want to hear it. When I charged the Ioniq 6 from 10 to 100%, I look at how many kilowatt hour the charger delivered, and then I look at how many kilowatt hour was added. It actually reports it in car scanner, but it misreports it. And I applied all the corrections, and I found out that the Ioniq 6 has around 9% charging loss. So what is this charging loss? It's extra energy that is lost because of heat generation, and because the car needs to run cooling. And also in some cases it might run heating, but I can see that in car scanner that it did not run heating. It was hot enough, and it didn't warm it up. As it was at 24 degrees when I started, and it just needed to cool it during the session, but it did not heat it up. So 9% loss, right? And then I just happened to have a test with Model 3. That was MC Hammer. Well, that was even with the previous generation, the Panasonic battery from 2019. And in that test, I did several tests. In one test, charging at 250 kilowatt and 190 kilowatts. And then I charged Ionity 192 kilowatt. So you can say, yeah, it's a little bit unfair. It's slightly slower than what this one managed to peak at, but close enough. At Ionity, I managed to get, depending on if the battery heater or the afterburners was firing up or not, I managed to get something about between 8.2 to 9.2% loss, which means that the losses in a Tesla, a 400 volt system, is roughly the same as this car. So what's up with the whole 800 volt hype is so good because there are fewer losses? Well, like I said, the cells are still the same. Well, I mean, you just rearrange the cells to have higher voltage, but the cells still emit heat when you charge it at high C rating. You can't avoid that. Wait, I was about to, this guy speeded up a little bit. I was gaining on him, and now I realize that I'm gaining quite slow on him. You see, even Lucid has 8%. Well, I'm not sure how they measured that one. At least I want to do my own measurement to confirm Lucid's losses. causes less charging loss as well. How did he measure it? I measure it the best way, the best possible way, the most accurate way, using Scan My Tesla and using the numbers that the charger provided. So it was as accurate as you can get it, really. But you see, and also another thing is that the numbers I got was very similar. Like, we didn't get any major difference. Let's say Tesla 15% loss, 800 volt system 5% loss. You know, it was just spot on, almost the same, which indicates that there's not really that much. Like, you know, in a 400 volt system, you can actually reduce the heat loss by just having slightly thicker cables. Then you reduce the resistance. So, but I mean, I know that eventually we have to move over to 800 volt system. 800 volt system has its advantages eventually, but today we haven't really reached the bottleneck yet. And you see that even 400 volt cars, they are dominating the top of the 1,000 kilometer challenge. And as long as you design a good system, a good car, then the tiny losses you have in the cable and in in the charging cable, in the internal cables, they are just insignificant. Well, what is the point of 800 volt? Well, because many charging systems, they have a limit of 500 amps. So the CCS2 standard, 500 amp max, which means that if you want to go faster than roughly 200 kilowatt, then you can't, simply you can't, because the amp is the limit. Well, I didn't expect to find so many left lane huggers so late at night. Yeah, 350 amp limit, yes. But like some systems like Kempower, I don't know why they have so low amp limit. Why they just don't go 500 amp like the rest of the industry. But actually, well, actually, it's not only that one. Also, the Delta chargers, same there, 375 amp. But at least for today, you can have 375 amp cables running at 500 amp limited time. And that would be enough for most cars today anyway. Seems to me like charge point operators and I guess also charger manufacturers, they don't care too much about this. So for example, a Model 3, or actually many cars would be able to charge faster if it could take 500 amp. And worst case is the BMW iX1. It has so low voltage, but at least if you can get 500 amp from a charger, that would still be okay. Where the EQXX is just a concept. I don't know what we should call it. Yeah, Zoe. Yeah, even a Zoe. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I have nothing against 800 volt system, and I know that that's going to be the future eventually. But it's just that some people hype it up as if it's the best thing ever, and that 800 volt cars, they are just awesome. But it isn't really that big difference. So let's say if you consider a Tesla or an i4 or an EQS or other 400 volt cars against 800 volt cars, you shouldn't choose the car because it has 800 volt system, because it's not really an advantage today. But in the future, yes, in the future it will be something like, you know, if you want to choose, let's say a BMW i3 that can only take CCS1 50 kilowatt max versus some other cars that can take CCS2, yeah, then it makes a difference. But also back in the days, let's say, you know, this is a prime example, kind of. Let's say in like 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, high power chargers were not that common. They were mostly just 50 kilowatt chargers everywhere. If there would be a car coming out, let's say if the Leaf came out back then, and it was like, oh, the Leaf is so awesome because it supports CCS2 standard, and it can in theory charge at 200 kilowatt, right? People are like, oh, we have to get the Leaf because it supports CCS. Well, actually, I forgot. Leaf is okay. Let's say another car then. Let's say e-Golf. Yeah, e-Golf. You know, oh yeah, e-Golf supports CCS2. You have to get it. It kicks ass. But in reality, the limitation is within the charger. Because all the chargers out there, they are 125 amp limited anyway. Yeah, something like that. And also, like I experience now, is that even this Ioniq 6 does not have the same efficiency as a Tesla. Tesla, okay, they have 400 volt, which is a slight disadvantage, but they just managed to make the car efficient with the heat pump, octaval, heat scavenging, alien technology. So they did it, they made it efficient other ways. And I've seen the difference, by the way, when I look at my old result. The Teslas, they were actually kind of thirsty in winter because of PTC heater only. But also the other legacy automakers, they were not that super efficient in winter. They are of course more efficient, but it depends. If it's 0 degrees, yes, you spend less, but you can do the math. Tesla might pull 2 kilowatt if it's inefficient, and then the other cars, they pull 1 kilowatt for heating, for example, with heat pump, right? And that means that 1 kilowatt less when you drive at 100 kilometers per hour is only 10 watt hour per kilometer. So 10 watt hour per kilometer, okay, it's, of course, everything helps, but you can also shave off 10 watt hour per kilometer if you make the drivetrain more efficient in other ways, or if you make the car more aerodynamic, for example. But Tesla, when they implemented the heat pump, they didn't just make a heat pump just like the rest of the car industry. They just went beyond and made this. Even today, many years after the octavalve has been introduced, all the other car manufacturers, they don't have anything close to what Tesla, even Lucid doesn't have it. Lucid still uses PTC. Leaf or Ampera if size is not the concern. That one is a hard choice, man. Leaf versus Ampera. They have both plus and minuses. I would probably go for Ampera E because it has CCS. Leaf is CHAdeMO, not foolproof, and it doesn't have active cooling. Ampera E charges kind of slow, but at least it doesn't rapid gate. And for the most time, the Leaf will be getting only 48 kilowatt anyway, since there are not many 200 amp CHAdeMOs around Europe, Norway. Yeah, exactly. Small wheels also. And by the way, this car even has 225 width tires. So these tires are narrower than Tesla's tire, for example. And then Tesla still managed to get better efficiency. So I still don't. I think I know. Well, actually, I'm not sure why Tesla was more efficient. And I was expecting some crazy efficiency with this one, but I just couldn't get it. Maybe because it was too cold. I'm not sure. But like I explained, then even just HVAC efficiency should only be able to shave off around 10 watt-hour per kilometer. Maybe that's the difference, really. Yeah, because it seems like in similar conditions, then I managed to get 150 watt-hour per kilometer. A Tesla, a rear-wheel drive. Actually, we need to have that one. You know, the Model 3 long-range rear-wheel drive that is only available for businesses to buy. That one will be the direct the one you have to compare this one with. And I think that one will have around 10 watt-hour per kilometer lower consumption than this one. And that is probably in the HVAC or in the heat management, or what you call it, thermal management. Well, yeah, I'm not sure about the whole drivetrain, but I've seen it over and over again that the Korean cars, they have really efficient drivetrain. But I think for the first time now, we actually find out that it's not as efficient as Tesla. But because up until now we had classic Ioniq to compare against Tesla, but the classic Ioniq is smaller, lighter, and also has even skinnier tires. I think it was only 215 tires. So naturally it will, I think head to head, yeah, when we tested it, they were like neck on neck, and sometimes the classic Ioniq would even be more efficient, but it's yeah, it's a smaller car. But also maybe that's why the Ioniq 6 is not as efficient as Tesla, because it's a little bit heavier and a little bit bigger. But the length shouldn't matter too much. But maybe the weight, yeah, 100 kilograms might add another 2 to 5 watt-hour per kilometer, maybe. Yeah, Ioniq is kind of slow. I tested it now. It was around 7.5 seconds. So yeah, I mean, when I drive this Ioniq 6, it feels quick, of course, until you sit in a Tesla and be like, okay, this is schnell. Yeah, but you have to take EV database with a pinch of salt, because okay, maybe 95% of the stuff there is correct, but also many times you will find errors there, because they don't go out and test cars actually. Ioniq 5? I don't know. Wait time? Guess so. Okay, I need to test headlights in Sweden. Let me check stats. Oh, look at this. Consumption 198 watt-hour per kilometer, 197. And we even have 1% lower than that, so we are at 195 roughly. Damn. We could make it divided bike, but is that really a point? Because it might Colgate there, right? That's not ideal. But what I like about this Ioniq 6 is that it's very comfy and quiet. So that's something you don't get in even the newest Model 3. It has comfort level similar to BMW and Mercedes. Really impressive. And also sound levels really low, noise levels. But it feels a bit cramped. And I don't know how to explain this, but you know, the stuff right under the steering wheel, I think it's called steering column or something, it is so bulky. For some reason, every time I want to just change position and my knee bumps into that thing, shaft, whatever, column, I bump into it. And you can imagine me, I'm a medium-sized Asian. People with long legs, long knees, or I mean not long, but long legs, they might bump into parts of the dashboard, the lower dashboard. But in a Tesla, it doesn't poke out like that. So Tesla has always been very spacious in the footwells. 10 to 13 degrees on the battery. Cheap plastic in the middle. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. But it just feels premium. It doesn't feel luxury or anything like that. The interior just, yeah. I still feel like, yeah, this one is, I feel like German cars, they in general have better interior than this. BMW, Audi, Mercedes, and even Tesla has softer materials in the door. Here you can hear it. Like, stuff I touch, I like them to be soft rather than hard. So I'm actually a little bit disappointed in Ioniq 6, but for some reason it's just so hyped up car. Yeah, it has heat scavenging from what I remember, but I suspect that they haven't done any major improvements versus even the e-Niro on that one. So yeah, it scavenges heat from the battery to heat up the cabin from what I've seen. But it doesn't seem to do it that efficiently, or I'm not sure how it is. Because when I did the cold test, well, the e-Niro was still a bit thirsty, but it could be because it just has poor aerodynamics. But even when I was driving slower, the difference was still quite huge. You know, you would expect that when you have 30-40 degrees Celsius in the battery pack, that you will have ultra low consumption. Well, it wasn't like that, and you will see that the heater was still pulling some decent power in the e-Niro versus Tesla. When you have a hot battery, it just went ultra low in consumption. And also, I don't think Ioniq or the eGMP platform has something like octavalve, so it doesn't have all the modes Tesla has. For example, Tesla can pump heat from the cabin into heating the battery. I don't know if this car can do it. And then also Tesla can use the heat pump to heat up the battery. I'm not sure if this one can do it either, or if it can only use the PTC battery heater to heat it up. And from what I've seen, it seems to pull around 4 to 5 kilowatt for battery heating, which is a bit low. It would be better if it was 6 or 7 kilowatt. And Model 3, especially now that Model 3, if it's a Model 3 dual motor, if it uses heat pump, I think the heating power should be closer to 10 kilowatt total, which means 2 motors plus the heat pump combined. But there is not much heat in the interior air. No, it is actually. You don't realize it until you go to Thailand. But also not even Thailand. If you are in summer, if the car has been sitting in the sun, it can actually pump that heat into the battery instead of just dumping it out. Because if you want to preheat, suddenly you have to pump heat into the battery anyway, right? Somehow. So actually, I've seen it even in Norway during summer. As long as just think about this, when it's hot enough, like even around 15 degrees Celsius is usually, if it's 15 or 20 degrees Celsius and sunny, that is usually enough for, if you don't run AC, it will be unpleasantly hot in the cabin, which means that the heat pump needs to pump that heat from the cabin somewhere, and most other cars will just pump it out, but Tesla will actually scavenge it and pump it into the battery, which is very smart. And especially in Thailand, when I was driving the Model 3, I could see that it just scavenged all the heat and put it into the battery, so it was nice and warm. It was hovering on 40 degrees Celsius, 40, 45 I think it was even. So it's actually very smart. I just realized now how brilliant Tesla engineered the cars, because heat is very useful, and heat is precious, right? And if you have to generate heat by using PTC, that is bad. But if you can just reuse the heat from battery or whatever you do, right? Like even you know, if I just floor it, the battery will generate heat because of high C rating, high discharge rate. That heat in the Tesla is captured, and then you can scavenge on it. But in the classic Teslas, it will just be dumped out. It cannot utilize it. Well, it depends. Actually, it depends. No, I forgot about it. Yeah, that one will be mostly just somewhere. But Tesla will actually scavenge the heat from the motors and use that one to heat up the battery. That's what Millennium Falcon already did long time ago. And that's probably why the Millennium Falcon never cold-gated, because it was just fed with heat from the battery. But it can only do that mode. It could not take heat from the motor to heat up the cabin. I guess it's because the 5-way valve didn't allow you to do that. The pentavalve. Heat is energy, yeah. So I talked about this before, that MC Hammer was kind of stupid. It was actually stupid because it will, first it heats up, it preheats the battery before supercharging, and then when it supercharges, it generates lots of heat, which it just dumps out. And even after it finished supercharging, it would just keep circulating the radiator and then still keep dumping heat from the battery out to the environment, and then it will have to run the PTC heater to heat at the cabin. So that is just big waste of energy. And actually, another thing, when I'm building the house now, I realized that when we shower, it's actually big waste of energy when we shower, and also maybe do other things, but especially shower, because you heat up the water. In most homes, you use PTC heater, and then you just use that hot water once when it runs through your body when you shower, and then you dump it out via the sewer. So that is 40 degrees or 35 degrees water with lots of heat energy in there, down the drain, literally. It's crazy, man. But I heard there was one house, some petty smart guy, some dude. He made a system where he could scavenge the hot water waste. But I guess that requires some extra construction and whatever. That would actually be pretty cool. I think you can capture lots of heat from the shower and put it back in the water tank again. Yeah, exactly. Lots of the water doesn't even touch the body. Like when I put on the shower, I have to first heat up the shower so it becomes warm enough. So I already wasted lots of heat there. On the floor, yeah, that's pretty smart. But it needs to sense how hot it is. But I mean, even 6 degrees Celsius, or I mean 4 degrees Celsius that we get in Norway in winter, you could even scavenge on that one if it's -10 outside. So if you already have a heat pump system in the waste heat, you could actually just pump it from there. Octoval, yeah, exactly. And speaking of that one, I have some bad news about the new house. It turns out that when you build a roof, you have 2 types of roof. They call it bærende eller ikke bærende. So it's like the roof either has this structure where it can carry weight, or it cannot carry weight. And unfortunately, I guess Idehus, from what I heard from Skarpnes, Idehus, just like most other companies that build houses, they build house and roof and whatever in the cheapest way. They don't always handpick the best materials, the best things. They just want to do it as cheap and as fast as possible. So the roof that we are getting in Jessheim is cannot take the extra load of solar. So that is the nail of the coffin. We cannot get solar. Yeah. So, yeah. Skarpnes, they mentioned there is this solar flower thing you could install. I was like, okay, we'll see. It's probably going to be really expensive because that one has some tracking also. It's like a sunflower. But I bet it's really, really expensive. And it might not get that much energy because of limited surface. So, yeah. Okay, distance check. Wow, consumption right now is 200 watt-hour per kilometer. And right now, let me see. There it's 110 kilometers exactly. Could make a video with heat scavenging. I think I talked about this many times, but I could do one specifically maybe about octovalve. Okay, at the bridge there, 111.0. Yeah, 111.0 kilometers. Consumption 201. Yeah, this is interesting. Time 58 minutes. So you see, at night we can reach the bridge in exactly 1 hour. Yeah, it's 59 minutes now. Yeah, I think 1 hour and 1 minute. But when I went with wifey that day with ID bus, it took me 1 hour and 15 minutes. Because of the damn left lane huggers and a little bit of stau. I think the stau maybe cost me at least 10 minutes. So you see, this is why I want to do it at night, because if there's some stau or some shit that delays us, we might not know exactly how much delay we have. So I'd say 15-minute delay is quite big for such a short stretch. Okay, there's going to be a dropout soon, as usual. Wait, maybe I should be in the left lane, in case there are some trucks in the right lane blocking us. Oh yeah. We can reconstruct the roof, but it's going to cost around 200k NOK or 20,000 euros extra. So it's like return on investment will be really long, maybe 30 to 50 years. So I was like, okay, let's just fuck that shit. I'm going to drop out soon, anytime soon now. Maybe it was gentler, I didn't notice. Yeah, I think it was a bit gentler there. Gradual, rather. But yeah, so that was a bit early, huh? What? It turned off the right side, left side, rather. That oncoming car seems to have LED bar, very strong lights, and it doesn't. There, it turned it off. Okay. So the whole matrix, okay, it has low resolution, but it seems to do the correct on-off at least, and it keeps the right side on, and it shines wide enough for highway driving like this. So yeah, I'm actually quite impressed, and I don't remember how it was with the Ioniq 5 and EV6, if that was the same. No, I think Ioniq 5 I tested back then didn't have matrix lights. So this is actually, to be honest, the best I've seen from a Korean car manufacturer so far. They are almost on the same level as the European cars matrix light. Feel like, okay, could maybe be better spread and maybe slightly better resolution, wouldn't hurt, but other than that, really good. Like now, for example, you see, shines up, well lit, so we can see moose by the road. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but I think you should see the same thing I see. Let me check the camera. Yeah, you should see also that it shines fairly nice and wide for these kind of roads at least. So yeah, okay, maybe I should give it a score. I will not do some kind of dog score, okay? Well, he's probably a nice guy and everything, but just don't want to be associated with dog or whether it's Doug Demuro, whatever it's called. Yeah, just one lot. Oh, you see that car turn off late? I would flash it. That's a Volvo. Yeah, that was a Volvo. Typical Volvo lights and Polestar lights, they turn off late. Here also. There. That's probably another Volvo because you're in Sweden after all, Volvo land. Yep, that was another Volvo. So, and I was experiencing the same thing when I was driving Polestar. I got flashed at all the time. But yeah, if I would give this a score from 1 to 10, I would probably give it, I'm not sure, maybe a 7. I'm not sure, 7 or 8, because they don't turn, they have slightly, yeah, no, I think a 7, yeah, 7, yeah. Because minus is that they don't have that good spread for lower speed. They don't turn in the curves, and yeah, they somehow a little bit low resolution. Yeah, but plus on that they don't blind oncoming traffic. So anyway, I think that's going to be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Okay, I just finished part 2 of man, this is always clumsy to find the headlights. Okay, whatever. There it is. To find the cabin light at night, because the cabin light button is not lit. Unlike a BMW, you just have to know where it is. Are we back now? New Lexus? Yes, absolutely. Well, I just read the first sentence about the Lexus, and then I skipped the rest. Yeah, Swedes want to blind the moose, yeah. But I feel like going somewhere next weekend. Next weekend I have Aria. But there was a question before the dropout. ET5. Unfortunately, I have ET5 for 3 days. Well, literally just 2 days. Like, I have it for 3 days, but then I have the day when I pick it up, and then the day when I return it. So you can say I have it for roughly 48 hours, but I also have to sleep in between. So I guess I will at least do range test of the ET5. Charging test is actually not needed. I guess maybe headlight test doesn't take too long. Maybe some interior view also doesn't take too long. Banana box test, very important. But I don't think I have time for 1,000 kilometer challenge with that one. Well, I will see. Maybe I'll pull it off somehow. I can always sleep when you're dead. That's what my black friend told me. His name is Jonah from America. Yeah. I should be sponsored by by Red Bull. This video was sponsored by Red Bull. Okay, maybe not. But you see, flash count is still 0. Yeah, Model 3 is definitely worth it. Because that's the crazy thing, is that you can get an all-wheel drive Model 3 for a lower price than this rear-wheel drive Ioniq 6. So Tesla Model 3 is just extremely good value for money, the long range. But even the rear-wheel drive, the SR Plus. And when it comes to the performance, then you also get extremely good performance for low money. and also you get a light car. So I remember when I was complaining about high noise level in the classic Tesla Roadster, and people were like, "Well, it's a sports car. You have to expect lots of noise in it." I'm like, huh? Really? Why are people bitching about noise level in Tesla in general? They are sports cars, right? At least they go as fast as sports cars. Yeah, from what I remember, Ioniq 6 is quieter than Model S. So if there's some, at one point Tesla could improve, that is soundproofing. But I think Tesla realizes that in order to get good soundproofing, the cars will be heavier, and they just probably refuse to make them heavy. Model X, I haven't planned it yet. I'm surprised that the battery is still cold. 9 to 13 degrees only, even after 1 hour and 16 minutes of hammering. Consumption right now is 206 watt-hour per kilometer, which means that we could even make it to Pawel, right? Straight to Pawel. Yeah, you know what? If Highland comes with a yoke wheel, then that's freaking game over for Tesla, man. Yoke wheel and stockless shit. People will find out that that is shit. Now, the problem nowadays is that the guys who buy Plaid or Palladium, right? The guys who can afford Model S and X, they are probably some fanboys or people who will just accept whatever. But once it goes to the masses, and if they introduce yoke and stockless shit for Model 3 and Model Y, those customers, they will be like, what the heck is this shit? And you can say, well, like, it's just the same as the charge port on the right side versus left side. I still stand on my ground that charge port should be on the same side as the driver's door, which is in Thailand, the charge port should be on the right side. People still argue that, oh, but street charging is better. But who street charges that much anyway? And you can still street charge safely, even if the charge port is on the left side. But I mean, I've seen the comments. Some people still claims that the yoke is better, and even some people installed yoke on the Model 3, Model Y. But I don't know, man. I use yoke, and then every time I try other cars with round steering wheel, it is so much better. Yeah, round steering wheel and stock. But there's also the same, like, every time I use Tesla app, the Tesla mobile app, it's just so smooth, so nice, so snappy, so stable. once you get used to that one, once you get used to Tesla's navigation or Tesla's infotainment in general, and then you use some of the other legacy automakers, like this Ioniq 6, and you'll be like, what the heck is this shit? Why is it so slow? Why are the menus so messy? Like in the Fat e-tron, like deep levels of menus and not logic where stuff are organized. Even if you own the car, some cars I test for a long time and I still can't get used to it, or it requires many clicks to do certain things. So once you got used to the good shit like Tesla, like just like tiny details, like you enter the car, you go into the Tesla and you just press brake and put the car in gear and you drive, and then when you are done driving you press park and then you leave the car and it will shut off. Stuff like that is very convenient. And then if you go to a legacy automakers and you have to press a button to start and stop it and shit like that, and yeah, entering some navigation systems, if you misspell it won't find it, but in Tesla if you misspell something, and also it was, I don't remember what other car it was, if you misspell it, it will still understand what you meant. So it's better. So it's just weird, man. Like people who like yoke, they already tried round steering wheel, and somehow they like yoke better. But whatever, I mean, each their own taste, right? But what I'm saying is that I didn't like it, and I see in the comment section that many people didn't like it, but at least I had first-hand experience with this. And I fear that if Tesla make this in production in Highland, they might lose lots of potential customers. And yeah, what is supposed to be one of the greatest cars out there, you know, Model 3 Highland, will be ruined by stupid yoke and stockless shit. For example, take another example here, the Toyota BZ. The Toyota BZ is actually a fairly good car. I mean, it's fairly quiet, it could have been better, of course. It's comfy. The auto steer is super smooth. It doesn't do annoying zigzag, like the Chinese cars, for example. But it's ruined by the stupid charge limit thing, because they just want to brag about this awesome warranty. I guess, yeah. You know, you say, oh, we have 1 million kilometer warranty. It kind of backfired on them, because maybe they thought that would be something cool that people would choose. They would choose Toyota because of the awesome warranty. But then instead, because it charges slow and they just have this massive buffer also, then it backfired on them, and then people don't want to buy that car. They are disappointed. And also it seems like it's a bit thirsty, but we don't know for sure yet. But yeah, I still think it's a little bit thirsty still, even if it shows the correct numbers eventually in May. But you see, well, we don't know if that's the Highland design yet, do we? We don't know for sure. But it looks awesome. It looks like a freaking roadster. And I realized that the Model 3 headlights, the way it was designed, it looks a bit weird actually. It gives it a weird duck face or whatever. Yeah. But the new one looks damn sexy, awesome. Like, damn. If that is Highland we saw in the barn. Aria Model Y, yeah. But you see, for example, Falcon wing doors, they have lots of disadvantages, but they also have many advantages. Okay, it looks cool, that's one thing, but it's actually very practical to open the big door when you want to enter, exit, and put in kids, or you know. So the Falcon wing doors, there is like a balance. Okay, some advantages, some disadvantages. For the yoke, okay, you can say it looks cool. I think that's also the thing. There's a freaking cult here. They just want to have something cool. They say it looks like a spaceship, and so you need to have the yoke to make it look like a spaceship. But I think it's more like high heels, right? Okay, you want to look pretty, you want to wear high heels, but it's impractical when you walk on cobblestones, right? So, but the yoke, in my opinion, has very few, or if at any, maybe just one or two advantages, but many disadvantages. And then also the stockless shit. So I can say, yeah, by removing stocks, you make a cleaner interior, and you save parts and a little bit of weight, I guess. But at what cost? I actually had a longer speech during the yoke wheel, but I had to cut it out, otherwise it would be too long. But I can mention it here that, in my opinion, buttons and input, I mean, they are still useful. Just think about it. You have 102 key, what do you call it? The keyboard you use is 102 keys, right? You already have plenty of keys there. And then you are used to where the keys are. And also the keys are programmable, depending on which app you are in or which program you are in. So it works. But I guess you could even get away with a smaller keyboard if depending on what you do. But in the car also, missed donation shit. No. Eduardo's donated $5. When ID7, I have no idea yet. They are still trying to make a production of it, I guess, production version. But what I'm saying is that some input or some buttons or some input devices should be necessary, right? Like pedals, you kind of need them. Steering wheel, and then some buttons on a steering wheel would be nice. But even this Ioniq 6 has several buttons, and I end up having to look at some of the buttons. But at least Tesla or a few buttons would be nice to have, as long as you can feel them and you don't have to look at them. But to be honest, I mean, if you are honest now, be honest now. You know, I think it was BMW who has these, at least in the old days, right? You have these buttons, 1 to 6 or 1 to 10 for radio station or some shit. Or some other buttons, I guess. But can you actually feel your way to which station button you can, if you want to press button number 6 or button number 1, station number 1, basically, you probably have to look at the lower dashboard anyway before you press it. So in that case, it could have been on a touchscreen, because the whole touchscreen, like many people seem to be anti-touchscreen. They say touchscreen are dangerous, and especially when Tesla came out with it, they'd be like, oh, that's dangerous. People are going to crash. It's unsafe. But then Tesla managed to implement a good touchscreen interface, so you don't have to look too much, or you'll find it easily. Hotkeys and what was my point again? Yeah, my point is that some buttons are nice, but of course button overload, then you get lost in the buttons unless you know the car very well. But Tesla just goes a little bit too far, in my opinion. They just remove too many buttons, and the stops. I mean, they work great because that has been the design for a century, huh? Okay, consumption is 210. Yeah, 1 to 8 programmable buttons, yeah. But, you know, I'm actually a fan of both buttons and touchscreen, because some features can be improved, or it can be, like, for example, for adjusting temperature. Now you can have a knob, of course, then you can increase it quickly or slowly. But some things you can implement something better using the device if you do that in a touchscreen versus a button, right? Or you can change it. But if something never changes, for example, side mirror adjustment and steering wheel adjustment, they never change. Why would you change something like that? Then you could just have it. You could have a button for it, because it's actually, to be honest, it's very, very convenient to have a button. And I've tested so many cars now, and I find it a little bit cumbersome when I enter a Neo, and they don't have dedicated steering wheel adjustment and mirror adjustments. You have to go into the screen to do it. But on the other hand, once I have adjusted it, then I never touch it. So, in a way, yeah, if you have a button that you almost never use, then you might as well just hide it in a touchscreen, right? But then some buttons might be used more. For example, seat ventilation and seat heater, and even seat massage. So then those inputs could be buttons, and since the function never changes, then it doesn't matter, you can just have it in the button. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But let me try to think of a button that might change over time, or might be implemented differently. I don't remember right now. For example, maybe how to activate and deactivate cruise control. Yeah, I don't know. That they could change the way it works over time. So then it would be better to make it programmable or changeable somehow. That beep beep. I don't like bing 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 bong bong. It's annoying. I only wanted to beep at me. It's really critical. Okay, we are down to, well, actually, yeah, we are at 52%, but the scale is not linear. Even today, the Koreans, they can't make a linear state of charge scale. So 50% on this car is below 50 is around 45%. Rear window. I'm not convinced. I mean, I might sound like an old grumpy or old fart that doesn't like changes, but no, that is not true. Because actually, I'm also not a fan of the camera mirrors. When I tried it, it was weird. Also, the same thing. Nissan has the camera. You can flip the center mirror thing. Same thing there. It just gives me. It doesn't give me the depth of the optical depth you get from vision from the stereo. You know what I mean? So I don't think I would like it to look at the screen for it. But I mean, some things, yeah, you cannot implement it differently. For example, backup camera. Backup camera, you have to look it via a camera anyway, or screen camera, and the same with side cameras, and if you have a 360 view. But I've noticed that backup cameras are different in many cars, and in some cars they are shittier than others. For example, lower resolution or weird perspective. And in general, every time I come back to Tesla, it's just heaven, because it's super sharp, big screen, and very good perspective. Some cars, they have weird distorted perspective and shit, so it makes it hard for me to estimate how it is in the back there. So, and it's not because I'm used to Tesla, because nowadays I'm almost driving other cars more than Tesla, because I'm always constantly testing other cars. Yeah, exactly. The Mercedes Actros and also the DAF, they have camera mirrors, whereas I think Volvo doesn't have it yet. Consider taking a break. Wait, what the heck, man? Stop bugging me. Huh? Oh, Jesus. Can you shut off that feature? I don't drink coffee anyway. It was a coffee cup. Oh, am I gonna get flagged? Oh, almost. Turn it off just in time. Ioniq 6 cameras. I have to look at it again. But I think they were okay. But I wonder if it was a BMW backup camera that had a weird perspective, or I don't remember. Well, let me see. Well, at least the beep is not very loud. But oh damn, I mean, the Ioniq 6 is super annoying when you back up. I went with wifey and Isabel the other day grocery shopping, and that's probably going to be the last time I use the Ioniq 6 for anything with the baby, because I needed to parallel park, and the stupid beep for parking assist, I mean the proximity sensors, it kept beeping really loud, and Isabel was I think sleeping or about to sleep, and you can't just turn it off. At least in the BMW, I think it was, there's a button you can just turn off beep altogether, or at least turn down the volume. At some cars you can also just, there's a cogwheel and you can enter settings and turn down the volume. So I don't know why some people need to have that beep, backup beep so damn loud. Are they deaf or something? And then also that you can't adjust it. Yeah, so with this case here with Ioniq 6, you cannot adjust it. Well, actually, or maybe I haven't found it, but at least when you're sitting there backing up and there's like, shit, no way to mute it, no way to quickly adjust it. Maybe they don't have babies in Korea. I don't know if maybe people don't get my joke yet when I say maybe they don't have snow in China, or maybe they don't have. It's a joke, you know, for something lacking. Yeah, like no ski opening for in Chinese cars, or yeah, maybe it's not obvious. Some people think I'm not joking. Yeah, I need to do a driving experience thing with this car. You see that I've been skipping them lately. I've been, yeah, not sure. I didn't do it with the iX1. Not sure why. Maybe because I didn't know what the heck I was supposed to say about the iX1. But I need to do it for this car. This one is the most hyped up car, so it will get lots of views. It gets higher priority than the EL7. Yeah, ET7 is right after the EL7, but I can only borrow it for 3 days, or practically just 2 days. So it's gonna be super stressed, man. I just have to I have to buy more battery. Just hammer like crazy, because that's also a very busy car, a very hyped up car, despite being a Chinese car. In general, European hyped up cars, like ID3, ID4, quite hyped up. But also the Korean cars, yeah, Ioniq 5, yeah, especially Ioniq 5. And also, yeah, Volkswagen ID7 is going to be quite hyped up. And also ID Bus, yeah. Even when I went, like 1 year after, when I went now, 1 year after ID Bus came out roughly, still got decent views on ID Bus. And then we are planning to go on a trip to Stockholm in about 1 week. But we might have to bring Dolly. And then I have Aria. I just happen to have the Aria E4 roars. So I had to email Nissan and ask them if it's okay to bring a dog in the car, because in general press cars don't allow dogs in there for allergy reasons. But this is a freaking small Chihuahua, and she will be in her own seat box thing, whatever you should call it. So she won't even touch anything in the car, except for that she might spread a little bit of dog hair. We'll see how I do it. So there's just lots of stuff going on. And also I need to get Millennium Falcon is probably is most likely fixed now. So I would just film him Nasir. Finally, it took some time for some reason. What else is going on? And then also with Valdemar and Elbilmek and the Leaf. Not sure if he has done any progress there. Oh, station wagon, nice. Okay, we are down to 46%, or roughly 33 kilowatt hour left. Consumption is 210. It's been stable at 210 for a while now. Maybe we can do a little status update. 202 kilometers done, 211 consumption. Optimus Prime, good question. Nasir bought it. It belongs to Nasir now, under his company, and he rents it out full long term to a guy who drives a lot, and he enjoys free supercharging. And he yeah, Nasir said that Optimus has almost no issues. Just goes like a clock, changes a little bit of wear and tear parts in the undercarriage. Don't remember what it was. And that's it. No major faults with anything really. Yeah, this consumption is as expected. It's only 4 degrees Celsius, so very impressive in consumption. It's Tesla-like consumption. Battery is still at 9 to 14 degrees. I think whatever heat comes from the motor might be. Do you guys know, by the way? Can this car scavenge heat from the motor to heat up the cabin? And can it scavenge heat from the motor to heat up the battery? But I know it can scavenge heat from the battery to heat up the cabin. So maybe it can just go directly or go via the battery. But that sounds a bit weird. But the battery is not heating up. So there must be some heat scavenging going on, because I've seen other systems that might not scavenge much. Then the battery will slowly heat up during the drive. Yeah, still no flashes yet, so that is impressive. It scores well there. And it has pretty good spread, at least for motorway. But I feel like it's a bit too narrow for twisty roads. So this is the best headlights I've seen so far in a Hyundai or Kia. Oh no, they're not going to go bankrupt because of Tesla's price cut. It takes way more than that to bankrupt legacy automakers. They just have deep, strong roots in the car industry. But I think it makes... but the Tesla price cuts most likely, yeah, takes sales from other brands. And Tesla can probably cut costs because they just master the production. And they just happen to have cheap batteries compared to the competition. Slowing down speed, huh? Really? Welcome to Uddevalla. Would be nice to have some chop sushi. Oh yeah. Let me see a region here. 69 kilowatt region. Let me do iPedal. 91 kilowatt region. Oh yeah. 91 kilowatt region on the rear wheels. Or rear axle rather. Yeah, that's nice. Wonder how much you can regen if on a rear wheel drive. Let's say you regen 200 kilowatt on the rear axle when you lock the wheels. Two Norwegians. Volkswagen had over 100 kilowatt. Well, I mean, I didn't push the brake. Maybe I should test again. Okay, let's test again. Let me see. Okay, iPedal. Let me go schnell. And then push the brake a little bit. 120 kilowatt. Yeah, 120 kilowatt seems to be one of the higher ones. But hey, Tesla can't just kill the competition. We need them on the mission to move to more sustainable transportation. Is that the first flash? Oh, that turned off late. No flash yet. I think because the bus driver's seated quite low. Well, are you looking at the starting price on Ioniq? Don't look at the starting price on Ioniq. You have to spec it up. Holding down the paddle. Okay, let's try that. $123 kilowatts was the maximum I saw. Oh, I just wonder what I should do, because I want to do EL7 1000 kilometer challenge, but it's just that I have to do it when the swap station is open, which is kind of silly. And I think they close at 9. Well, according to Google it was 10, but I think it actually closes before that. It was 9:30. And I'm running out of weekend. That's also the problem. I could wait. Yeah, this is the problem. I could do the 1000 kilometer challenge. I could start tomorrow at noon, but then I get no sleep almost. Yeah. And then, but the problem is that Monday, the last day, we will have rain, and I want to do a 0 mile test on this one. I think I will get lots of views, and I still need to do an interior review. So, which means that tomorrow, Sunday, I need to shoot some important videos. And I cannot be hammering. So the only choice is for me to start 4 at night, I think. Yeah, roughly 4 at night from Oslo, Monday morning, Monday morning. And then I will reach Varberg by 7 by the time they open there. But I also need to quickly ninja past Göteborg before rush hour starts. I should be passing by Göteborg around 6 in the morning. Yeah, but it's going to rain cats and dogs on Monday, so not my favorite. Driving a 1000 kilometer challenge when it rains or snows and during daytime and in weekend is not my favorite thing to do. I could just ditch it, but I suspect that the EL7 will get lots of views. The EL7 1000 kilometer challenge, simply because I include battery swap. or I could ditch EL7 and then go for ET5 instead. Because maybe, actually, yeah, maybe that would be better. ET5 should get more views than EL7, since it also seems to be a bit hyped up car. And then maybe I get better weather. But I still have to do it on a weekday and during opening hours. But as for EL7, I haven't even done an acceleration and noise test yet, and not even done headlight test. I guess I have the chance to do tomorrow night, but we had some bad weather, and then I was busy testing Ioniq 6. But I look at the view count, and in general, headlight test on not so hyped up car get low view count. And the same even with acceleration noise test. I spend some time making the test, and then very few people watch them. But I did headlight test, and I did acceleration noise braking test on the Ioniq 6 because it's a hyped up car. So yeah, and also included yellow test, which was good. Gave me lots of views. And you know, sometimes you can ask yourself, well, do you only... Oh, that was the first flash. Yeah, flash count 1. Do you only care about the views? Well, yes and no, because the view counts is actually important. Because in general, high view counts also means higher likes, and that means that people are enjoying my content, or they find it interesting. But low view count means that it's just another video that they just like don't watch, right? Just like, you know, when you're on the rolling sushi. The good sushi, you just want to pick it up and eat it, right? It's like that for a video. You just want to watch it. But the bad sushis or whatever, then you don't care. You just let it roll past. So that is what I feel like is with some of the acceleration braking test and headlight test, and even some of the banana box tests get very low view counts. So ideally, I need to serve good shit to my viewers. Yeah. Tesla seeking FSD capabilities after all this stuff. Well, I mean, eventually they will succeed, but it's going to take some time. But it will also not work in every condition. For example, winter condition. Yeah. But like here, right now, would be. I shouldn't have to touch the steering wheel. The car should be able to drive completely by itself, and maybe even maybe even follow navigation and navigate me over to Ioniq, and then I can just take over the last few meters to park. But when driving over Hemsedal in winter with lots of snow and shit, then I don't see the AI being that smart yet. Maybe eventually one day, yes, but I mean, the AI can even generate images very well, even better than you can Photoshop. But I guess it takes a lot more to drive a car in winter conditions. Instruction fail in. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be heated, the radar. Well, from what my understanding, you still have to be in the car. You can't just let the car drive itself without any driver or anyone sitting there. I mean, not any. Yeah, I'm confident that FSD will be a real thing, because computer power is getting cheaper and cheaper and faster, and that's what it boils down to: computer power and the AI. And I've seen some videos of what the AI can do already today. Driving a car shouldn't be that complicated. Depends, of course. Yeah, next way, yeah. But they were on this this round circle thing, so it's very easy then to just go non-stop. F-150, well, we have to wait for it to arrive first. No plans yet. Wait, we are 12 kilometers away from Spekerød. Can I make it to Hvalberg? Let me try. Hansen route. Okay, let me see. We are 116 kilometers away from Hvalberg. And we have 22 point, we have around, yeah, let's say 22.5 kilowatt hour divided by 115 kilometers. Oh, if we average 195 watt hour per kilometer for the remaining part, we can make it to Hvalberg. I then have to drive past. I'm not sure how to do this. Or maybe I can stop at Kungsbacka. Nope, I have to go for Spekerød, which is coming up really soon. But preheating hasn't started yet. What the heck, man? We're about to enter Spekerød in 8 kilometers and preheating didn't start yet. Dude, was settings. Vehicle. Where's that thing? Where's that setting? But conditioning mode. Yeah, it's on the conditioning thing, whatever. What the heck? This is a big fail. Need to record a video now. Temperature is 9 to 15 degrees only. And the problem is that if I go for Varberg, I will have too low state of charge to heat up the battery. I'm not sure if I go to Kungsbacka. Well, maybe Kungsbacka is the best bet. That one is 300 kilowatt charger. You set the destination in the wrong way. What do you mean wrong way? I navigated to Ioniq. How am I supposed to do it? Okay, let's go for Kungsbacka instead. Hopefully that works better. And then once I'm there, I can also consider maybe I can go for Varberg. Okay, recharge. It found something there. Yeah, recharge. Okay, go. Set as destination. Okay, I feel like it's too early now. We have... Okay, it still claims it might be insufficient. No, that's plenty. We have 21 kilowatt hour left. And we have to go only 67 kilometers to Kungsbacka. Okay, when I get close to Kungsbacka, I will decide whether I will try to go for Varberg or not. Oh, I didn't check the distance. Oh shit, I missed that one. Okay, we can check another bridge maybe. The next bridge after Spekkerud. It doesn't work if you choose from a map. What kind of stupid implementation is that? Let me search for Kungsbacka then. Are you serious, man? But I did search for Ioniq, Spekkerud. Because first I couldn't find it when I clicked on the map. So I searched for Ioniq, Spekkerud, it showed up, and then I clicked on it. So let me search for Kungsbacka then. Wait, Kungsbacka recharge. No wait. Recharge Kungsbacka. Okay, I found recharge Kungsbacka. Okay, set as destination. Search don't work for preheat. The fuck, man? What kind of shit is this? How am I supposed to preheat this shit, man? Okay, wait, how are you supposed to make it preheat then? Are you serious? Click on the charging icon. Okay, let me see. Where is the charging icon? Menu. Well, I have to go to now, right? Category. EV charging station. How about that? Okay. But there's a whole bunch of shit here. I need to find. Huh? How do I find the one I want? It's a huge list here. Visa forbanna. long. What? There's no banjo button here. No, wait. Hold on here. Let me check something here. Map. I'm gonna go to map. I'm gonna zoom in because I always use the map thing. Okay, I found something here. Ioniq, set as destination. I found it via the map. Let me see if it preheats now. Start guidance. And I have to wait. It's super laggy. Usually takes a couple of minutes before the car realizes, oh, maybe I should preheat now. Yeah. Okay, I navigated towards Spekerud via the map, but this is exactly how I did it before. I navigated to what did I do again? Yeah. When I during Yellow test and also during range test, I just used the map. I didn't type it because it takes too long. I know exactly where on the map it is, so instead of typing Ioniq Dal or Ioniq, I don't even know what the name was. Ioniq Hønefoss. Yeah, I just used the map and it worked. It preheated. So actually, your claim is probably wrong because I just used the map and it preheats on the other times I did it. So let me just go back to nav and I will go to previous destination and pick the recharge one. Kungsbacka. Wait, there are several here. Delete. Wait, huh? Okay, delete this one. Okay, let me manually go into Kungsbacka again here. Recharge. Okay, yeah, it says HBC here even. Recharge, okay? We navigate to Kungsbacka. 55 kilometers away. And the car claims 85 kilometers. Well, it's plenty. We have 18 kilowatt hour left. But this car has a nice and flat charging curve, so I think we can go straight from Kungsbacka to Helsingborg, no problem. Oh yeah, I should do a distance check, right? Or maybe you can just check it at Kungsbacka. Then it gets very accurate check. Can do a little status update. 266 kilometers done, 214 consumption. Okay, next exit. Okay, let's do a check, distance check. No, it's Kongal. Right, another blink, another flash. Oh, it preheats now. Yeah, you see, preheat works. It preheats now. I'm gonna do some filming here. All right. Distance check coming up soon. 268 point here, 268.5. We are now at Kongalv, and yes, I've decided to skip Spekkerud and go for Kungsbakka. So that's 45 kilometers away. And the symbol, or let me see, okay, I can show you here also. It started preheating. So if you go to EV and then click here and then click energy information and then click here again, freaking clumsy, man. And the energy consumption, you see that we now pull 4.2 kilowatt for heating up the battery, and then the battery right now is at 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, so it better heat up to 25. Yeah, so I've seen higher heating power, but for some reason we are pulling only 4.2 kilowatts, so that's a little bit weak for a battery heater. Yeah, so okay, but I don't think I have enough juice to go straight to Varberg, and I guess if you try to go to Varberg, then we will have too low state of charge. Yeah, even now it will only preheat into the 17%, or we will see, I guess, when the preheating stops. Okay, ตอนนี้เราใกล้จะถึงโอเคตอนนี้เราใกล้จะถึงยอตเบอร์กแล้วผมก็ตัดสินใจว่าจะ skip Spekkerud นะที่เราเพิ่งจะผ่านนายองจากนั้นนะเราจะตรงไปKungsbakkaอีกที่หนึ่งนะแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะครับมันอุ่นแบตเตอรี่เนี่ยมันเริ่มอุ่นแบตเตอรี่แล้ววู้เราจะเช็คดูในนี้นะครับมันก็รีพอร์ตว่า4.2 กิโลวัตต์ไปหาแบตเตอรี่ฮีเตอร์4 กิโลวัตต์เอ้ยทำไมมันออนนะออนนี่เบอร์ให้โอเคถ้าเป็น Tesla นี้ก็7 ถึง 10 กิโลวัตต์ แต่ว่าโอเคตอนนี้นะครับแบตเตอรี่มันเย็นหน่อย10 ถึง 15 องศานะครับก็ไม่รู้อ่ะมันเราต้องการให้อันนี้เป็น25 องศานะครับแล้วปัญหาเนี่ยนะคือมันจะอุ่นแบตเตอรี่จนถึงเราเหลือ 17% ก็อีกไม่นานนะมันก็จะหยุดอุ่นแล้วอ่ะ โอเคก็อันนี้ที่เราจะไปชาร์จที่นี่มันก็คงจะเป็นออปชันที่ดีสุดนะถ้าเราไปหา Spekkerud นี่มันก็เร็วไปหน่อยแล้วก็วอยไปนี่มันก็ไกลไปเอาล่ะ Well, okay, we are 23.5%. So we get a little bit of preheating now before it stops. Let's see how long it lasts in the preheating. But for some reason, preheating only sucks for 4.2 kilowatt. But yeah, so I don't know why the shit didn't preheat for Spekkerud. Wait, because I searched for it. Oh, I didn't plot it manually. Wait, huh? Really? That was weird. Okay, but at least I know that if I find it on the map and click on it, then it should preheat. That's usually what I do anyway. That's freaking silly, man, that if you search for it, then it won't preheat. Any method should lead to preheating, as long as you navigate to the charger and not some gas station nearby. Temperature is 11 to 15 degrees now. Inlet is 27. So it heats up slowly. It's being a bit stingy here. 4.1 kilowatt on the battery heater. I think I've seen, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen 5.5 kilowatt before. But I didn't record it. That's the problem. I saw it during the acceleration test. Before the acceleration test, I needed to top up, and then but then the state of charge was a bit high, like 80% or 90%. I don't remember. I think it was over 90%. Then it wasn't so stingy on the heater, battery heater. But now it's 4.2, 4.1 kilowatt for some reason. So I feel like this car has been poorly implemented in maybe software, but also some hardware choices. Like, should be more powerful battery heater. It shouldn't be so stingy. It shouldn't stop preheating at 17%, especially if the car knows that we can make it to the target, the navigation. It should at least go to 10%. 10% would be a big improvement. Heating habit, no, it doesn't matter, because battery heater is based on PTC and cabin heating is based on heat pump. But I guess we can try. Let's turn off HVAC. HVAC is off. Battery heating is still 4.2 kilowatt. Oh, smooth asphalt. Oh, nice. It's like an EQS. Oh yeah, I can whisper. Wow, this is what it feels like to have an i7 or an ET7 or Hongxi. Nice and smooth, quiet. What temperature? 11 to 17 degrees. The problem is that the car kept the battery at so low temperature during the drive, and then suddenly when it needed to preheat, then it needs to preheat a lot, but then it preheats way too late. So yeah, we are down to 21% now. Low battery, okay. More nice and smooth asphalt. Oh no, don't end it. No, shit. We have. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. It was a short one. Okay, whatever. Let's go back here. Oh, there's more on the other side. Okay, whatever. No, it stops at 17%. I've seen it twice now. It stops at 17%. Okay, still preheating, 20.5%, 12 to 17 degrees Celsius. And we are, wait, actually, I don't see the distance to destination here. That's silly. You know, fairly big screen, but there's no distance to destination here. Well, maybe if I swipe here, let me see. Is there some kind of navigation I can have here? The swipe. Oh, there. I can see it here. Maybe. Wait. No, I don't even see it there. Man, that's silly. Because I want to have the energy screen up to see how many kilowatt goes to the battery heater. But then I don't know the distance to destination. So there is so much screen space here, but it's not being utilized very well. Many cars, I think it was the German cars, it will always show you distance to destination and time to destination. They even show it in the head-up display, some cars. I think it was Mercedes. Yeah, Mercedes EQS. But here, no. Welcome to Göteborg. I think wifey liked Göteborg. There were lots of restaurants and stuff to do here, so maybe I'll come back here with wifey. Maybe we can go to the same house. Fairly short trip to Göteborg. I think if I take it a little bit easier, we can go straight to Göteborg, unless she wants to. Oh, whoa, what the heck is this? Whoa! The new tunnel. Oh, Tingstadtunnel, the other side. Oh, they finally alternate. Let me see what they have done in this side. Damn, this is the first time I drive on the other side here in a long time. Whoa, wait, huh? It looks just the same as the old one. What did they do here? They spent 2 years doing something here. Oh wait, they laid down some tiles and maybe slapped down some fresh asphalt. Okay, is that it? Okay. Wait, how does it work now? Okay. A little bit of zigzagging and then back here. Yeah, I feel like there are still some restaurants in Göteborg we haven't tried yet. So it shouldn't be too hard to convince wifey to come back here. And we can go to that little house again. But I think next time we should bring some window shades. Well, unless they fix it. We can ask the host. There seem to be nice people. I think they said they left a comment in one of my videos. They said, we should fix that. Yeah, I think they were referring to the privacy in the little thing. In case we need to run away from the Russians again. The damn Russians! Shake fist at them. Okay, 18.5%, still heating up, but we are at 14 to 20 degrees right now. Uh-oh. This is not good. Preheating is supposed to stop soon, which means that we won't even reach 20 degrees. We will end at around 15, 16 degrees only by the time preheating stops. What was I supposed to do? I navigated Spekeröd. It was not good enough and actually a little bit too high, but at least what we do now, this is fairly optimal, because if we go Spekeröd, then we have to go Varberg, and then we have to, so now we reduce the number of charging stops, and we only stop at Kungsbacka and then go straight to Helsingborg. So I think this is already quite optimal. It's just that we run into a weakness with actually I'd say the software. Blame the software. ABC always blame code. Because if the car would preheat down to 10%, it would be way better. Oh, 1.2% underreporting. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. We can check again at Kungsbacka, I guess. %, 17% now. Let me see if I will ever see anything lower than 17% preheating. Oh shit, freaking smelly shit. Hang on, recirculate. There's a Ghostbuster, really smelly shit. Those damn Ghostbusters, man. Sometimes I miss the HEPA filter in Tesla. That is just insanely good, the HEPA filter. You can't smell any of this shit in the Tesla, but Model Y or SX. Look at that shit. Really dirty, I guess. And also unhealthy. People behind them. Oh, preheating stopped, 17.5%. Yep, that's it. We are now passing by Mölndal. This is in the middle of Göteborg, and preheating has stopped because we reached 17%. Again, I've seen this over and over again. It was actually 17.5% when it stopped. Unfortunately, we have 15 to 21 degrees Celsius in the battery only, so we will be receiving around 120 kilowatts when we arrive. But this is the best option. If we stop at Spekerød, we would have stopped one more time at Varberg. Now we actually skip one charging session. We go straight to Kungsbacka and then Helsingborg. But another problem I just noticed now is that if you want to see this information here, I cannot see how far to the destination we are at. This one doesn't show you. This screen doesn't show you. Head-up display doesn't show me. But I remember in some of the German cars, you will always see a tiny little bar on the top where you can see distance and time. And even Mercedes EQS, at least, you can also see the destination and time, distance and whatever in the head-up display. But with this one, you have plenty of screen space here and here, but lots of the space is just wasted. So that's a bit bummer.ตอนนี้เราเพิ่งจะผ่านยอตเตอร์บอยนะครับแล้วก็มันหยุดอุ่นแบตเตอรี่ นั่นแหละแล้วก็ผมก็เช็คดูนะว่ามันหยุดอุ่นตอนเป็น 17.5% นะครับตอนนี้เหลือ 16 แล้วนะเนี่ยนะมันก็เนี่ยนะไม่อุ่นแบตเตอรี่แล้วมันหยุดเพราะว่ามันจะประหยัดไฟฟ้านั่นน่ะประมาณนั้นน่ะผมก็ว่ามันเวอร์ไปนิดหน่อยนะแล้วปัญหาคือตอนนี้แบตเตอรี่มันเป็นแค่15 ถึง 21 องศาเราต้องการ 25 องศาตอนนี้ตอนเราไปถึงชาร์จนะมันจะรับแค่ 120 กิโลวัตต์ เพราะว่ามันจะประหยัดนั่นน่ะก็แล้วก็อีกอย่างที่ผมสังเกตนะว่าผมอยากจะรู้ว่าอีกกี่กิโลเมตรกว่าเราจะไปถึงชาร์จเราได้นาวิเกตไปหาชาร์จเนี่ยมันไม่โชว์ตอนนี้มันโชว์มันจะแล้วมันก็หายไปฮะ เมื่อกี้มันโชว์แป๊บเดียวแล้วมันก็สครอลอย่างเงี้ยยุ่งยากว่ะเราต้องมีจอนี้ถ้าเป็นรถเยอรมันนะครับมันจะมีแบบบอร์ดข้างบนนี่นะที่มันจะโชว์ว่าอีกกี่กิโลเมตรแล้วก็กี่โมงจะไปถึงอันนี้เราต้องรอให้มันสครอลอันนี้มั้งก่อนเราจะเห็นนะนั่นหรือว่าเดี๋ยวเนี่ยนั่น18 กิโลเมตรอ๋อเพราะว่ามันมีจอมันก็มีพื้นที่จอเยอะนะอันนี้แล้วก็มีที่นี่แต่ว่ารู้สึกว่ามันเปลืองที่เนี่ยมีที่โล่งตั้งเยอะเลยที่มันไม่ใช้อ่ะNo, but I want to have the screen up. Oh, I found it. Here, there. It briefly shows 17 kilometers left, 17.2. Yeah, it shows it for a little bit. And then it cycles through the long ass name and some other shit until you see it again. So, I guess it works, but it's kind of clumsy. Because I have to pay attention. If I want to see the distance, I have to wait for it to scroll. Yeah, so still not optimal. Yeah, I found it. It will cycle through the name and some shit, and then suddenly it will show the distance for a little bit. There, 16.3, and then it cycles through the name again. So, yeah. Well, I guess now I don't have to be in the energy screen since battery heater is off, so I can just go to nav there, I guess. The Mac brother. Well, so let's see then how much it Colgate's. 16 to 21 degrees now. Well, there's a little bit of leftover heat in the system from the preheating. So we get some semi-shitty speed, and then hopefully the battery heater fires up. And I can eat my salad during the charging session. I have to pee in the bush because everything will be closed at Kungsbacka. Wait, unless I can reach Varberg from here. Let me check something here. I have 10 kilowatt hour left. Oh, I can go 46 kilometers. Oh, Varberg is 51 kilometers away. I could barely make it to Varberg, but does it matter? I guess actually it will help if I go deep, right? Well, how deep do I have to go? Wait, now I have only 9.4 kilowatt hour left. Still 49 kilometers away. 9.3 kilowatt hour left. Wait, maybe it drops faster than I think. 9.2. Oh, Oh, 190 watt-hour per kilometer. No, I don't think that would be enough. No, I think we have to stop at Kungsbacka. That's also a little bit disappointing that we can't make it to Varberg. I mean, the Model 3s made it to Varberg. Wait, yeah, but that was summer, of course, warmer weather. But still, this is advanced shit, right? With some heat scavenging. Okay, it's 7 degrees Celsius. It's not that cold. So it's a little bit disappointing that this car couldn't make it to Varberg. Yeah, I calculated it would be too far, or I have to slowpoke in order to go to Varberg. So that's also bad for the time. I could be losing. I could lose maybe several minutes if I slowpoke. This is not gonna work, man. 8.4 kilowatt hour divided by 46 kilometers. Yeah, huh? What? Now I can average 182 watt hour per kilometer. It seems like, wait, maybe the watt hour drops faster towards the end. I don't know what's up with this. But no, I'm pretty sure we can't make it to Varberg. We have to stop at Kungsbacka. We'll see. I will be semi-low already at Kungsbacka, and Kungsbacka Varberg is 40 kilometers. Okay, hopefully the Circle K chargers will give me a good enough speed here. Well, I mean, it's not like we need it because we are cold gating anyway. We're at 16 to 22 degrees Celsius. Woohoo! The Tesla killer got killed. They're gonna make that a joke. Yeah. But it's not like I purposely try to make it bad. It's just that I'm always trying to make the best out of this test, but the car keeps failing on me. You see, we have 11.5% now. We are about to pull into the charger. It would be great if the car could keep preheating for a little bit more. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. But the car is being too conservative. 17%, 17.5% actually. I've seen it. It happens every time. At 17.5%, no preheating for you. Like, what the heck, man? What are you trying to save here? Wait, well, I have an idea. I should go with wifey to Göteborg again. We can have some chop chop. Oh, the chop chop sushi. Wifey loves it. I also like it. Okay, we go. Kungsbacka, here we come. Wait, charge port is on the right side, is the wrong side. For helvete. I have to park like this. Okay. Wait, stats. Okay, let me see. Park. Right, 317.8 kilometers. Consumption 210. Kungsbacka. Oh, I can show this stuff also. Okay. Bring out the shaft and bring out the popcorn. Now we have to drive freaking 190 kilometers all the way to Varberg. Oh yeah, might have to charge kind of high over here, but now we can utilize the power of the flat charging curve. Alright, we're now charging. Oh shit, 15 to 23 degrees Celsius. Oh man. Wait, you see here, this one reports 118. Wait, huh? This is what comes from the charger. And this is what goes into the battery, which means that it seems that the car is actually being stingy. It doesn't run the battery heater even. So it cold gates, but it doesn't try to get out of the cold gate. Seriously? What the heck, man? Well, it seems like the Tesla killer got killed. Oh. Wait, let me see. Now, what happened to the charger screen here? Okay, there's back. Okay, yeah, 119 kilowatt, 120. Oh, no, now now it fired up. You see, 123 versus 118. Now the battery heater fires up, and you can see here that the heater thing goes up here. You see? All right, at least that's good. Okay, เรากำลังชาร์จนะครับแต่ว่าเรารับแค่118กิโลวัตต์แฮนี่แบบเฮ้ยเพราะว่าแบตเตอรี่มันเย็นไปเนี่ย16ถึง23องศาตอนนี้มันเพิ่งจะเปิดแบตเตอรี่ฮีเตอร์นะเพราะว่าถ้าเราเช็คกันนี้นะ118กิโลวัตต์แต่มันไม่ได้เปิดทันทีนะเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ผมถ่ายวิดีโอภาษาอังกฤษมันยังไม่เปิดแล้วเนี่ยเรารับ123กิโลวัตต์จากชาร์จเจอร์แล้วก็มันเข้าในแบตเตอรี่118ก็แปลว่าตอนนี้มันใช้ประมาณ4กิโลวัตต์ที่จะอุ่นแบตเตอรี่เนี่ยอันนี้มันเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะแต่นี่ก็ไม่ค่อยเร็วนะถ้าเป็นเทสลาเนี่ยเทสลามันตรงไปวอยแบตนั่นอันนี้ตรงไปวอยแบตไม่ได้แล้วก็เทสลามันก็จะรับ250กิโลวัตต์อันนี้119กิโลวัตต์ก็แปลว่า the Tesla killer got killed กำกับกดใส่นะ or not. No, then you have to, you know, I should fire up the car to heat up the car while we are charging. Wait, if I heat up the car, if we use the heat pump, will it then overheat? No, I forgot there's no overheating danger here. It's just cold gates right now. Yeah, but here you see. Wow, look at that. From Oslo to here, 210 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah. And it's not that cold outside, 8 degrees Celsius. Wait, why do I feel like it's cold here? Are we gonna get some heat and all? What? I hope so.8 องศาแล้วก็มีลมเนี่ยแต่ว่าเนี่ยผมว่ามันใช้ไฟฟ้าน้อยนะเนี่ยจากออสโลมาถึงนี่เลยนะ210 วัตต์ต่อกิโลเมตรโอเคก็ดีนะทำไมมันรู้สึกมันเย็นๆหน่อยผมเพิ่งจะเปิดเครื่องอุ่นนะให้มันอุ่นนะเนี่ยโอเคI have to check if I can go to the last the beep stuff. Seriously? Oh, there, 195 kilowatt hour per hour. At the Kulla. I've been down there a while. There. Set the destination. Okay. I have to expect something like 230 consumption. Okay, distance 189 kilometers. Okay. 189 times 230 is 43 kilowatt hour divided by 75 kilowatt hour. Oh, I need to spend around 60%, so I need to charge to maybe at least 70%. 75%. Okay, let me record this one at least. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Oh, Okay, well, it's close to optimal. We need a couple of degrees extra here, and then we get 230 kilowatt hour per hour. ตอนนี้มันชาร์จเร็วขึ้นแล้วเนี่ยเกือบ200กิโลวัตต์เราต้องการอีก3องศาแล้วมันจะกลายเป็น230กิโลวัตต์นะ So next stop is going to be Helsingborg. That's actually 189 kilometers away since we start here, not Varberg. And then I estimate that I need to spend 60% of the battery. But we can't just arrive with 5% because then it will be stingy on the preheating. So normally I will arrive with good range cars, I will arrive with 5%. But now I probably have to try to arrive with 10 or maybe even 15% over there. That means charging to 75%, I guess. Now ก็เดี๋ยวเราต้องขับไปตั้ง189กิโลเมตรนะไปที่เฮลซิงบอร์กเพราะว่าตอนนี้เราเริ่มจากนี่ไม่ใช่จากวอลไบแล้วก็ผมก็ได้คำนวณแล้วว่าเราต้องการใช้ 60% แบตเตอรี่นะที่จะเดินทางไปเนี่ยแล้วเราก็ต้องเผื่อไว้อีกสักปกติถ้ารถที่มันใช้ไฟฟ้าน้อยแล้วก็วิ่งได้ไกลผมก็จะคำนวณแล้วก็เหลือ 5% ตอนเราไปถึงที่นี่แต่ว่าปัญหาคือถ้าเรามี 5% มันจะไม่ preheat แบตเตอรี่เราก็ต้องให้มันเหลือ 10-15% แปลว่าเราต้องชาร์จถึงสัก 75% แล้วประมาณนั้นมั้ง Now it should pop up a little bit more, right? Yeah, it dropped the speed because it hit another. The state of charge was a bit too high. Oh, what the heck? We hit 25 degrees Celsius, but now the state of charge is too high, so we still don't hit 233 kilowatt. So it was more or less crucial that the car would preheat the battery before entering here. So yeah, we are now charging slower than optimal. This is the way it is, I guess. Oh. เราก็ได้25องศาแต่ว่าปัญหาคือ state of charge มันสูงไปแล้วมันก็กลายเป็น148เนี่ยมันไม่ได้200ไม่ได้200หรอกถ้าจะให้ดีมันน่าจะอุ่นแบตเตอรี่จนถึงสัก 10% หรือว่า 5% ก็ได้ก่อนเรามาถึงที่นี่ก่อนเราชาร์จนั่นมันจะทำให้มันชาร์จเร็วตอนนี้ก็กลายเป็นชาร์จช้ากว่าปกติ Okay, I need 75%. And that should be safe. But now it's time to ABC. Always bring salad. Oh, look at this. Oh, the light is a bit uneven in this car. But yeah. Nice and healthy. Dat dan eten we wel ABC. Always bring salad. Ja. Oh, เอามาจากบ้านอร่อยดีแล้วก็ healthy charging up, huh? Alright, are we back? Okay, we're going for 75%. ChatGPT, nope. Okay, we have to get ready now. Because we're gonna leave at 75%. Actually, I should film outside instead. That's better. 70. Ooh, it's cool. around 25-minute charging stop. 25, 26. We charged with 77%. It was still taking 130 kilowatt at 77%. Hey, will it reset? Okay, after recharging, reset. Good. So yeah, we should be fine. So at least we have a quite massive buffer in case we spend more. But I need that buffer just so that the car will preheat. So actually when we unplugged, I had actually 150 and 130 kilowatt. So hopefully we can hit 230 kilowatt right away, or at least 217 at Helsingborg. We'll see, I guess, in 1.5 hours roughly. Let me also see if the heat stays here or what happens with the heat. But this car scavenges heat. After Kungsbacka. Right, we're on the run again, and yeah, we are now in the 110 zone, and I have to say, it's nice and quiet in here. Ooh. But then look at that. Okay, I actually charged with 77%, but the car was pumping in 130 kilowatt at 77%. It seems like because I had a slow start, then it allowed a higher and flatter charging curve towards the end. So one thing I will pay attention to are these two temperatures. See, 36 to 40. Wow, that's a massive gap. 10 degrees Celsius, 11 degrees Celsius between the coolest and the hottest cells. That's not optimal. Yeah, why? Because this battery doesn't like to be too hot. So if this one gets close to 50 degrees, then we actually get a little bit of throttling. But okay, this car has heat scavenging, so I guess now it will scavenge the heat from the battery to heat up the cabin to save energy. So yeah, that's good. Well, let me check here. I can check something else on the screen here maybe.โอเคตอนนี้เราเริ่มขับแล้วนะแล้วก็เมื่อกี้เราชาร์จถึง 77% นะครับแล้วก็เราก็ไหน what the heck was I say again I forgot what I said in English โอเคตอนนี้เราเริ่มขับแล้วนะแล้วก็ตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่110ลิมิตนะผมรู้สึกว่ามันเก็บเสียงได้ดีนะคันนี้ดีกว่า Tesla แล้วเนี่ยเราชาร์จถึง 77% เมื่อกี้นี่นะแล้วก็เราก็ต้องขับไกลหน่อยแล้วว่าเนี่ยดูอุณหภูมินะ30โอ้โห33ถึง46องศานะครับปัญหาคือมันต่างกันเยอะ มันน่าจะใกล้กันนิดหน่อยแปลว่าอันนี้ถ้ามันร้อนไปมันไม่ชอบนะมันจะโอเวอร์ฮีทแล้วมันจะชาร์จช้าลงถ้ามันร้อนไปถ้ามันเป็น50องศาหรือว่ามากกว่านั้นนะแล้วก็ถ้ามันเย็นไปอันนี้มันก็ชาร์จช้าแต่ว่าคันนี้มันมี heat scavenging นะคือมันจะใช้ความอุ่นจากแบตเตอรี่อุ่นรถแล้วจะได้ประหยัดไฟฟ้านะก็ดีนะ Wow, you can see here that normally climate would be around 500, 600, even 700 watts. Now it's actually not pulling anything there. I saw 0.1 kilowatt earlier. So this means that it's scavenging heat from the battery to save energy. Yeah, so this is awesome, man.เนี่ยปกตินะ Climate มันจะใช้ประมาณ500 600 700 วัตต์นะเพื่อที่จะอันนี้เป็น heat pump ใช่ไหมที่จะอุ่นรถแต่ว่าตรงนี้เมื่อกี้นี่ผมเห็น 0.1 กิโลวัตต์แปลว่ามันใช้ไฟฟ้าน้อยมากแล้วนะที่จะอุ่นรถนะเพราะว่ามันใช้ความร้อนจากแบตเตอรี่เนี่ยสักพักหนึ่งนะกว่าแบตเตอรี่มันจะเย็นนะ Oh man, allergies. Nine and a half hours. Well, for some reason, I set part 2 to start at 3 at night. Okay, what battery care? Wait, Wait, I just noticed battery care is running at 1.7 kilowatts. What the heck, man? Wait. It's cooling down the battery. Let me record that one. Oh, wrong mic. So this is interesting. You know, climate will normally in these temperatures be around 600, 700 watts. Now it's 0, so it's scavenging heat to heat the cabin, which is good. But look here, battery care, 1.7 kilowatt. What the heck, man? It's cooling aggressively, probably with AC. Well, it's cooling the battery to heat up the cabin, but that's a bit high. A Tesla would be pulling less than 500 watts to scavenge heat into the cabin, and it will of course not try to cool down the battery. But it seems like this car has been pre-programmed to cool down the battery fairly rapidly for some reason. So we're already down to 27 to 43 degrees right now. Okay, that's weird.แต่ว่านี่มันแปลกนะ climate นะปกติมันจะเป็นถ้าเป็นอุณหภูมิข้างนอกตอนนี้นะมันจะเป็นประมาณ600-700 วัตต์นะที่มันจะอุ่นรถแต่ว่าตอนนี้มันเป็นศูนย์เพราะว่ามันอันนี้มันมีนี่แทนมันพัมป์ความร้อนจากแบตเตอรี่เข้ามาในรถแต่ว่า 1.7 กิโลวัตต์ก็สูงมากนะถ้าเป็น Tesla มันจะใช้แค่300 วัตต์แค่นั้นheat scavenging นะอันนี้นี่ไม่รู้มันเหมือนกับว่ามันอุ่นแบตเตอรี่มันอุ่นรถแต่ว่ามันรีบคูลดาวน์แบตเตอรี่ด้วยมันควรจะใช้ AC คูลแบตเตอรี่แล้วก็อุ่นรถพร้อมกันแต่ว่าเยอะนะเนี่ยถ้าเทียบกับ Tesla ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันเลือกที่จะรีบคูลแบตเตอรี่เพราะมันไม่ชอบให้มันร้อนไปนานไปมั้งแต่ว่ามันก็กลายเป็นเปลืองไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะตอนนี้ขนาดตอนนี้นะแป๊บเดียวนะตั้งแต่เราไปจากชาร์จเลยอุณหภูมิตกไปถึง26-41 องศาแล้วYeah, but I mean the battery is at 26 to 41 degrees. Wow, that's a huge gap. Holy crap, 15 degrees Celsius gap. But I don't know why the car prioritizes to cool down the battery so damn quick. It should just do it like Tesla. Try to scavenge on the battery. Now I suspect that now it kicked down a little bit on the battery care. Now it's down to 680 watts. Which is probably, and now climate is going up a little bit. This is weird. This is really interesting to see how the car works and why it chooses to do it like this. Okay, I will also show this one. Okay, you see now climate sucks 400 watts and then battery care sucks 600 watts. I suspect that the 400 watt here is maybe heat scavenging. Wait, what happened earlier? What the heck? And then the battery care, I suspect it's actually dumping heat from the battery out to the environment, which is bad utilization of energy. Yeah. I think maybe the car doesn't want to have the battery too hot. But it's not really that big of a deal that the battery is a little bit warm for half an hour, right? Rather than 10 minutes.เนี่ยตอนนี้ climate กลายเป็น580 วัตต์แล้วก็ battery care กลายเป็นผมสงสัยนะว่าอันนี้นะมันเป็น heater heat pump หรือว่า heat scavenging แล้วก็อันนี้มันเอาความร้อนโยนออกไปข้างนอกไม่แน่ใจนะไม่รู้นะว่ามันทำอะไรแต่ว่าผมรู้สึกว่าอุณหภูมิแบตเตอรี่มันตกเร็วมากถ้าเป็น Tesla มันไม่น่าจะตกเร็วขนาดนี้มันจะตกช้าแล้วไม่รีดูได้ก่อนlook now. Suddenly now the climate shows more than 0 and battery care has dropped. So I actually suspected that earlier the heater was not running, or I'm not sure what the heck happened, but I suspect that the car actually dumped some heat out of the car out to the environment rather than trying to keep it, because I see that the battery temperature drops way faster than, for example, a Tesla will just keep the heat in the battery and then heat up the cabin. Here it's probably dumping some heat, which is bad for efficiency and consumption. So this is the first time I actually noticed all these numbers here in the Korean cars.แต่ว่าตรงนี้นะครับเนี่ยมันรีพอร์ตว่ามันใช้500วัตต์climate แล้วก็อีก500วัตต์ battery care ผมสงสัยนะว่าอันนี้มันเป็นฮีเตอร์ในรถนะอาจจะเป็นฮีทพัมป์ก็ได้แต่ว่าอันนี้มันคงจะเป็นฮีทหรือว่าแอร์ที่มันคูลแบตเตอรี่เพราะผมรู้สึกนะว่าอุณหภูมิแบตเตอรี่มันตกเร็วมากถ้าเทียบกับเทสลาถ้าเราเพิ่งจะชาร์จนะมันจะมีความอุ่นในแบตเตอรี่ตั้งนานเลยนะสักครึ่งชั่วโมง1ชั่วโมงอันนี้นี่15นาทีแป๊บเดียวนะมันก็เริ่มเย็นลงเร็วมากเลยก็ผมว่าอย่างนี้มันไม่ค่อยดีเพราะมันความร้อนมันมีประโยชน์แล้วมันก็เอาทิ้งออกไปข้างนอกแทนที่จะเก็บไว้ไม่นานหรอกสักครึ่งชั่วโมงก็ได้ก็ค่อยใช้ในรถเนี่ยนะก็แสดงว่าIoniq 6เนี่ยมันคงจะเปลืองไฟฟ้าหรือว่ามันไม่ประหยัดไฟฟ้าดีเท่าเทสลานะครับ Okay, so I look what's going on now. Suddenly now climate reports 440 watts and battery care reports 460 watts. And the battery was at 35 to, where was it again? I have the recording here even. Yeah, 36 to 46 degrees. Now it's down to 23 degrees after 16 minutes only of driving. So it dropped over 10 degrees Celsius after around 15 minutes. That is quite rapid cooling. So I'm quite convinced that it cooled it with AC, whereas Tesla will just try to scavenge it, and if it needs to cool it, it will just cool it via running via the radiator, and it cools a bit slower. So I don't know. I don't understand the reasoning behind this, because it seems like the Koreans they prioritize cooling down the battery. They don't want to keep the battery too hot because of degradation, I guess. But I mean, what is it really that big of a deal that the battery stays warm for another half an hour or 15 minutes so you can scavenge the heat? So I don't know. Just based on the numbers now, it doesn't make any sense that we cool down the battery over 10 degrees Celsius and put all of that into the cabin. I mean, you can probably do the math, right? How heavy is the battery? And how much heat or energy are we talking about here? And then for 15 minutes only. To me, it sounds like it would be a freaking sauna in here if all the heat from the battery went into the cabin. It still runs battery care. Actually, battery care now takes 9% of the energy since ignition on. It's kind of funny, man. They used ignition. They could at least call it power on or start. Yeah. Nah, well, that might be confusing. Oh shit, the consumption is 238. Oh, it's because the battery care is taking 10% extra. Well, good thing we have a quite massive margin to reach Helsingborg. Oh, another flash. But you see, I mean, by the way, these findings I see now, I see them on the screen. I report what I see. That's another flash. I'm not trying to make up a case to make the Ioniq 6 look bad, right? I just happened to stumble upon this behavior, and I just report what I see, and I try to interpret what's going on. And it seems to be maybe not optimal. Like, we saw several things now, right? First was that it didn't preheat when it should for spec-rated, and then it shut down the preheat at 17.5%. That's also way too aggressive, way too conservative. And now after charging, it cools down quite rapidly. We are down to 22 to 34%. No, sorry, 22 to 34 degrees right now. I mean, is it really 33 degrees now in the highest? The 22 degrees is fine, right? It's not dangerous for the battery to stay at 22 degrees Celsius. And 33 degrees, is that really unhealthy for the battery to stay at 33 degrees or even 40 degrees? I don't think so. And for a limited time, like half an hour, 1 hour, that should be no problem. Sounds to me like the Koreans are being way too conservative. Maybe just like the Japanese, Toyota. They just don't want to have the battery too hot at all. Oh, you sold your EV6 in frustration. But you know what? Most people, they don't care, or they don't understand this, or it doesn't matter to them, right? But at least for me, who is a bit tech interested and have insight in what's going on with all this stuff, I have to say, after now that I've tested it, that it's a little bit disappointing. But yeah, but that's because Tesla, I found out how Tesla works, and every time I look into the data in Tesla, I'm just super impressed of how it works. But in the old days, before Tesla came with Octavalve, then that was a different story. I even pointed out that it's wasting energy, just dumping out heat. And what's up with people now? I have counter flashes now. I have to flash at other people for some reason. But the thing is that this video, when I post it, you will see fanboys bitching about this. Be like, oh, but you're a Tesla fanboy, and you keep trying to find faults with Ioniq because you don't like Hyundai or some shit. They're like, you'll be surprised of how much shit fanboys can come up with in the comment section. But I mean, in all honesty, do the fanboys think it's okay to stop preheating at 17.5%? I don't think so. As long as the car knows that we will make it to the charger, it should preheat at least to 10%. So that would make a big difference. But I mean, I guess I still need to remind people that this car is still way more comfortable than Model 3 in terms of noise and in terms of just ride comfort, because I think it has longer wheelbase. I haven't checked, but I feel like it has it. I think this one has almost 3 meters, right? That's 20 centimeters longer than Model 3, if I remember correctly. And just more comfortable suspension. But it seems like if I point out something negative with this car, then the fanboys will come and yell at me. So I always have to, yes, that's fine. Remember that your Ioniq has better soundproofing than Tesla and that it has better ride than Tesla. Are you happy now? Yeah. But a bit disappointing when it comes to preheating and charging speed and that stuff. And actually this car might end up being less efficient than a Model 3. Maybe a lot less, since Model 3 was running at higher temperature, at least. I don't think I have a Model 3. Well, do I have a Model 3 at these temperatures? Around 7 degrees Celsius. That would be great, yeah. But at least I should be able to avoid Colgate on the remaining charging sessions. The first one is always tricky because the battery is a little bit cold. What's up with that? Wow, that was really late turn off. And the car is a bit unstable now on the highway. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the steering is a bit uneven. It zigzags a little bit left and right. It could be because of the wind. I'm not sure where the wind blows right now. But even still, with other cars with crosswind, which usually happens in the 1,000 kilometer challenge, they don't zigzag like this. I remember this also from other Korean cars that they tend to zigzag on the motorway. We're now in the 120 zone and we're doing 130. Well, yeah, whatever. But I'm going to show something here. I noticed this suddenly now that we can drive a little bit faster. I might have to zoom in so you can see the wheel movement. Okay, you can see the wheel here versus the stock, the light stock, which is, or is it, the other stock, I don't know, yeah, which is stationary. I don't know if you can see it, but the wheel moves. And maybe you can see, there, maybe you see how the wheel moves? It constantly moves like that at these speeds, and it actually makes a less comfy ride, less smooth ride. This is auto steer. I'm using auto steer, HDA as it is called now. So it could have been better because Tesla, and Mercedes and BMW, and even the Toyota BZ had a way smoother steering thing here. I mean, this is after all an Asian car, but at least I'd say that the Chinese cars are worse. They'd be like, yeah, maybe okay, not that bad, but it's just not optimal. Yeah, I would say it's bad, but it's not optimal. Because if I say it's bad, then all the fanboys will come and yell at me. โอเคตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่120ลิมิตนะผมสังเกตอย่างนะถ้าเราดูพวงมาลัยนะครับเราก็ขับ130เพราะว่ามันเป็น127ประมาณนั้นนะแล้วก็เนี่ยถ้าสังเกตพวงมาลัยนะมันจะขยับนิดหน่อยตลอดซ้ายขวานิดหน่อยนะผมรู้สึกเลยนะตอนจับพวงมาลัยเนี่ยแล้วก็รู้สึกเลยว่ารถมันจะโยกไปซ้ายขวานิดหน่อยตลอดเลยนะมันน่ารำคาญนิดหน่อยแล้วก็มันทำให้มันไม่สมูทอ่ะใช่ไหมถ้าเป็น Tesla หรือว่า Benz หรือว่า BM หรือว่า Toyota BZ ก็เหมือนกันนะมันจะขับสมูทกว่านี้มันก็ถนนมันตรงอ่ะมันจะต้องยึกแต่ทำไมนะคันนี้นี่ก็ผมก็เคยมีประสบการณ์กับอันนี้นะกับรถเกาหลีคันอื่นด้วยอ่ะจำไม่ได้แล้วเป็น Ioniq 5 หรือว่า EV6 ก็เหมือนกันเลยนะก็เป็นอย่างนี้อ่ะแต่ว่ามันก็ยังดีกว่ารถจีนนี่มันจะยิ่งมากกว่านี้นะแต่คันนี้นี่ก็ไม่ค่อยดี Well, but you guys asked me how the auto steer is and how to say it's a little bit annoying. It has these micro corrections left and right all the time. Well, if I remember correctly, Ioniq 5 and EV6 also did it. I remember I complained about it in some of the videos where I remember testing one of the Korean cars and I complained about this in a video. I think it was maybe the range test. But like I said, we have tailwind. So no crosswind, just straight up tailwind. Well, at least it's not as bad as the Chinese cars. Like the Neo EL7 I have now, holy crap man, that one is super annoying. It zigzags left and right, but it also throttles. You know the throttle zigzag. Accelerate, let off. Accelerate, let off. Driving like a freaking Asian driver. And sometimes I just don't understand how Neo can sell 200,000 cars in China with this feature. Maybe the Chinese, they don't care or they don't notice this because they also drive like that. I'm gonna get flashed again. Dude, turn off the high beam there. Oh shit. Smooth on curves and ping pong on straight. Yeah. Okay, consumption is 233. Okay, that's good. I have budget of 230, but I can go way over the budget. Just arrive with a little bit lower state of charge. That's it. Okay, now the temperature is 20 to 28 degrees in the battery pack. Oh man, I love hammering at night. Level 2 plus, what does that mean? Oh, okay, now battery care is down to, I didn't notice, but battery care has dropped to 0 now. But it still has consumed 5% energy since we started. And then climate is now at 700 and, heat pump is pulling 600 to 700 watts. Which is a lot. I think that's a bit high. What do you guys think? I think Tesla managed to go really low, like 200, 300 watt. Actually, when I look at Tesla, when it was idling and it pulled 300 watt or 500 watts, remember that many of those watts were just for keeping the car alive with screens and headlights and shit. So the actual heat pump or whatever it needed to do might be even lower than that. So I think Tesla with the hot battery was super efficient at night or when it was cold. And I think that's why Model 3 beat the heck out of the ID3 and the e-Niro when it was minus 20, 25 degrees outside. Yeah, I'm on headwind. But fortunately, on the way back, I only have to drive to Wildbike. So I can probably charge you around 60, 65%. I'll calculate it on the way back. But yeah, I might have to expect something like 250 watt-hour per kilometer on the way back. And also I need to have a hefty margin. I will try to arrive with actually 15%, so I can preheat almost all the way to the charger. It's crazy, man. But as long as I'm pumping in 150, 130 kilowatt, then it actually pays off to have a hefty margin. No, I haven't updated the upcoming yet. But from what I remember, Aria had quite smooth auto steer. Maybe also Leaf. So it's not like every Asian car out there has zigzag. But okay, Chinese cars, bad. All of them pretty much. In smoothness on the auto steer. And Korean cars, yeah, kind of bad. But what about Nissan? Alright, status update. Yeah, actually, there. We're gonna hit. Let me wait for it. 400 kilometers, 214 consumption. And we're supposed to start part 2 in 15 minutes now. Seems like I overestimated how much we need to spend. I estimated 230 consumption on this leg. We are currently at 232 consumption, and it's going to drop more once we hit the 110 zone. So which means that we might arrive with almost 20%. And I guess no big deal, right? We had a nice and flat charging curve on the previous session. Oh, that was the end of concrete. But it wasn't that noisy, really, concrete. Oh yeah, and it gets bright early nowadays. So maybe already after Helsingborg we will start seeing some brightness. Wait, there's still some... no, we're still on the concrete. Wow, but it's nice and quiet on the concrete. But listen here, we're on the concrete surface now, and it's remarkably quiet. Ooh. You know, other cars would be super noisy, especially Tesla. But here, and let me get in the left lane. Left lane is even smoother because trucks don't drive here. That ooh, what the heck, man? It's almost as quiet as being on tarmac. Huh? Wow. Wait. Okay, yeah. Now we're back on tarmac, but that was very impressive. But okay, it helps that we have 255. We have 225. Quite narrow tires. 225, 55, 18 inch, and Continental Viking Contact 7. They are very quiet and also fairly soft. So that helps, of course, when you have rough surface like that. But of course it helps that we have tailwind also now. So there's almost no wind noise. Yeah, I think the Colgate, we lost just, I don't know how many minutes on the Colgate session, the first session, but the following sessions should not Colgate if I play my cards right. And I know about the limitation on the car, stupid limitation, but fortunately it charges fairly flat, so we can utilize that to avoid further Colgate. So I guess if we are charging and we still get 150 kilowatts, then we should just ride on it so that we don't end up getting 120 kilowatt again, because that's bad. You know, you trade off 150 kilowatt to get 120. Anyway, yeah, whatever. Yeah. But actually, the battery has cooled down even further now. Now we're down to 18 to 27 degrees. Yeah, Tesla is kind of noisy, especially at higher speeds. And especially if the surface is rough, then you can hear the noise quite well. It has become better, of course, over the years, but still, it's just average when I test it. Model 3. But we even have tailwind now. And still the consumption seems to be higher than Tesla. Well, can you guys check in the result table? Do we have a Model 3 with some semi-cold run? Not like hot summer run. If there's some kind of winter run with the Tesla Model 3. I just wonder what consumption we got there. This one seems to be around 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It's 7 degrees Celsius right now, which is actually not that cold for a night run. Oh, okay, SR Plus. That's actually a good one, because it just happened to be a rear-wheel drive also. 3 to 6 degrees Celsius, slightly colder than this run. 205, okay. Alright, we will see then how we end up now, because so far we have a consumption of 216, so corrected is around 214, 15, right? It seems like, yeah, and then we have to go back and face the headwind on the way back. But Neater, what is the underreported percentage here? Is it 1.2% still? Did you check at Kungsbacka? That was a quite long run. It should be a very accurate number we get there. No, not 400 kilos. This one is 2080 kilograms. Model 3 long range, I guess single motor, would be around 1950 maybe. So about 100 kilograms lighter than this one. 1.2%. Okay, thank you. So we have to go to 900 and wait, how much is it? We have to go to 988 kilometers, right? 988. When I measured in the range test, I measured 1%, but that was over 182 kilometer distance. long range has a bigger battery. How I mean? Slightly bigger, right? But this one is supposed to be, well, I measured 75 kilowatt hour net capacity, and it also has some buffer and stuff. So actually, it means that this battery is probably, I'm guessing 80 to 82 kilowatt hour. Which is the same as Tesla. Just don't blindly believe what you read on EV database. Whereas I'm basing this on actual test, and I got 75.1 kilowatt hour after discharging losses. And then when you charge the car to 100%, it says 96.5. So there's probably another 2-3 kilowatt hour below zero here, maybe 2. Let's say 2. So then we are already at 77 kilowatt hour, and then there should be some braking protection. So yeah, maybe this battery is 80 kilowatt hour, 79 to 80 kilowatt hour. No, not kilowatt. Kilowatt hour. Kilowatt is power. Kilowatt hour is energy. But like I said, don't blindly believe what you read on EV database. Because can you explain, I get 75 kilowatt hour, and then if we drive it completely below to zero until it stops, there's probably another 2 kilowatt hour below zero. So that means we can pull 77 kilowatt hour out of it, and there's always some losses in the heat. So the BMS might tell you that you have 78 kilowatt hour, right? But then roughly 1 kilowatt hour goes into heat when you discharge it. And then when you discharge it to zero, you don't destroy the battery, so there must be some braking protection under it. So that means that, yeah. But it's just, I don't know how you count it, how you count the capacity and the battery. Or let's say, okay, part 2. Let's say if you drive the car to complete zero until it stops, I don't think the cells will be at 2.5 volts. They are probably higher, right? Let's say 2.6, 2.7 volts. Well, I guess we can find out eventually. So which means that, okay, by specification, you can discharge it to 2.5 volts, but and then you get supposedly the capacity, the rated capacity, or whatever we should call it, or the nominal capacity. But we are not using all of that because we have to make sure we don't destroy the battery if we go too deep. Now what could happen is that you discharge it, and then for some reason you have to keep it like that for a while until you can charge it back up again, and then yeah, the battery can take damage if it self-discharges deeper. But I don't know if that happens. I guess if the voltage is already low at low state of charge, maybe the self-discharge is lower, right? Does that make any sense? Or do you guys know when we have self-discharge, is the self-discharge higher at higher state of charge? Oh, there was another flash. Okay, we'll go to part 2 soon. Is that guy on high beam? I think so. I've seen many people have high beam on nowadays today. 2.5 volt before damage, yeah. But I guess it also depends on which chemistry you have. Okay, let's move over to part 2, guys.